So I do get a kick. Measure F's folks, like, almost universally, when you go up and are like, hey, here's a bunch of math at you. What about this, and this point? Like, yeah, don't just immediately go for personal attacks every time. And you've gotten so much traffic for me just like sipping gin, like, this guy's a drunken anarchist criminal.
I stay out of the comments, man. The comments are their own place. I look at it like a cannibalistic island, and it is a place that I try not to go to.
Oh, it's not. So far, it hasn't spilled into your YouTube comments, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
But it's just like you get links off of Facebook over and over and over.
Oh, man. I went into the TikTok comments one time on a post, and it was a dumpster fire, I think would be a nice way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah, the internet is full of, the world is full of shitheads, and most of them have internet access.
Well, and if you have nothing to do, and you've got time, let's go scroll the comments. Let's start some fires.
Sure. And if that's how you get your dopamine hit, is by putting something shitty out into the world.
Which I think a lot of people do.
I'm going to try and hurt a stranger that I'll never meet and have no responsibility for. Yeah, okay.
Do you think there's some trait that is tied to?
Immaturity, insecurity.
Oh, you had those locked up. I was ready to go.
They're childish behaviors. They're things that go away when you grow up. If you grow up. It is a sign of maturity, right? A lack of wisdom. Wisdom is knowing when to shut the fuck up and listen.
That has been a big, I don't know if you would say red pill moment for me, is realizing how far you can go if you just actually listen to people. Not listen waiting for your turn to talk, but actually just listen to somebody.
It's a technique called active listening. It is a codified communications technique. You legitimately listen, engage with what they said. It's so I think we're recording. Funny story. It's actually a chunk of what I'm doing training for canvassers right now, because the technique that we're using to let people know about Measure F, which I'm sure we'll talk all about. Hey, check previous episodes if you haven't. There's a lot of talk has been about that. There's more, of course, to say. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Hey, welcome to your podcast. I don't know if you do intros anymore.
I don't. The intros were...
You're too cool for intros.
I don't know if I ever did an actual intro doing this.
The first frames are always just you playing with the last button.
Yeah, me messing around, and then it's, we're actually going.
Right. You just fade in from the music. It'll be fine. So yeah, I wouldn't be here if there wasn't more to say about Measure F. But a chunk of the training that I'm doing for currently the Humboldt County Democrats are running door-to-door canvassing to do public information on Measure F. They endorse the No campaign. So a chunk of that is like teaching people how to active listen at a door. Just like, because usually a canvasser is like, knock, 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 deliver robotic prepared message.
Don't look at the person behind the door.
Right. But there's a method called deep canvassing, which when you're going into places where people are not going to be friendly to your message and you want to actually like change their minds versus just activate people who already agree with you, which is usually the tactic. But if you're going out to do measured change, deep canvassing has come up as a method of canvassing that shows statistical difference in like the beginning research was done in response to Proposition 8. Familiar back then? Anti-gay marriage in California.
Okay, yes.
So when it passed, just like took the gay community completely by surprise. Like people were shocked. So one group
took the gay community by surprise.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't think it was going to go through.
Yeah. Statistically, it was unusual, and it showed some flaws in their statistical models and heuristics. And one of the groups went to go sort of explore what went wrong. So, essentially, they go into neighborhoods where people voted to ban gay marriage and sent nice gay people, predominantly, or people with, gay families that had some personal connection to the issue. That's one of the core elements of deep canvassing is you have a personal story about this, and sent them in and discovered that, just by giving basically like a human conversation about the issue and presented by someone who's affected by the issue, you start to move the needle a lot, significantly. So they deployed this and started to study it, and like they were actively reducing prejudice against gay, the LGBTQ community, right? A variety of issues in various states, by like 10, 15%, like moving the needle of people who were like, oh, I see why my belief there has created a problem for another human being. Oh, I now have another human being to have a frame of reference for on this harm that is done, that they may just never have thought about. Like we talk about all the time that there's so much in a slogan, there's so much in a headline, and people are so crushed for time, and most people are C students. It's what a C student is, the measure of most people. Combine that and the depth of an issue. Most issues escapes most people. Lots of people have one or two that they're really locked into, or that they have some good ideas on, or at least have enough good friends in an industry or something that they can form an educated opinion. But, for the breadth of issues, life's busy.
And it's hard to keep track of them all.
Yeah.
We're rising every day.
A lot of shit going on. Like, you got to have a really well curated RSS feed. Like, I need to know everything.
And that's going to take up all of your time if you're trying to be well versed on every issue.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough to keep up with what I keep up with. I don't know how anybody else does it.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't sleep like other humans. That's
that helps.
I'm
stay up.
I'm neurospicy in I guess a perfect intersection of ways to make my brain go, yes, feed me more policy. Yes.
So this idea of deep canvassing, that arose out of that Proposition 8 is what you said?
Yeah, it got codified out of that.
Is that the main selling point for that, is just having people that are canvassing have some connection to the issue they're canvassing on?
And then using that active listening component, which was how we got here in the first place.
Which seems so simplistic.
Doesn't it, though?
Just actively listen.
Yeah.
Pay attention to what the person's saying.
Yeah. My dad gave me a book when I was 8, Active Listening. I remember it specifically because it changed my life when I was 8. Wait a minute. They're giving me information when they talk that I can then use to formulate an opinion.
Well, some people are, right? Some people you listen to them and you're like, what am I doing here?
Then the information they're giving you is they don't know what they're talking about. And that is also important data.
That counts.
Right? No data, still a data point.
Yeah, sometimes if you can get somebody going on politics and they have no idea what they're talking about, and this is speaking on me too, I've fallen into this trap, it becomes very apparent. Even if you just have a cursory understanding of the issue, you can pinpoint someone who just has no idea what they're talking about.
Right.
Like, oh, you don't understand. Am I talking to CNN or Fox News right now? What am I getting parroted these points for?
Exactly. Like, oh, I've hit the buzzword wall. Can you define this buzzword for me? Can you tell me what you mean when you say that so that we can begin to be on the same page?
Yeah, what is your level
the real
of
meaning of the word? It's not that thing. Right? The socially agreed upon broad, doesn't matter what the word is. Communication is just figuring out ideas between two people. My wife and I operate on grunts and gestures, barely even words anymore. That's, And we can exchange complex ideas with just meaningful eye contact and a meme from Rick and Morty. But as long as two people are able to agree on the information being presented and what the words mean, we can, it's the Star Trek episode, the Darmok and Talagra at the wall or something. Like they run into an alien species that basically speaks in memes.
I've never seen the original Star Trek.
This one was Next Generation, if I remember right. I think this was a Picard episode. It could have been a Kirk. I don't know. I'm not quite that geeky about Star Trek.
I think I've only actually seen the newer movies of that. Come out with, I'm drawing a blank on the actor's name, but he's a good actor.
Chris Pine.
Chris Pine. Yeah.
Yeah. Did a solid rendition. Right.
Good movies. I like them.
Right. Big, fun. Didn't actively betray any of the precepts that Roddenberry put down for how all of that should work.
You know who's really interesting? We're going way off topic here, the deep canvassing, but we'll take this tangent. I listened to Trey Parker and Matt Stone. There's a video that was circulating a while ago about how to craft a good story, and it blew my mind. Because these guys, you have to think, South Park has been going on for how long now? Decades?
Yeah.
And it's still good.
Since I was in high school.
It's still good.
Yeah. I don't keep up with it, but it maintains an audience, right? It seems like it keeps drawing a new audience as its old audience fades away. Yeah.
And I would imagine still maintains some of the old audience, even as they get older.
Sure.
It kind of came on the scene and was really edgy for its time and just didn't shy away from a fight, was willing to go there.
A lot of really incisive, insightful cultural commentary, right? It was like, as The Simpsons was starting to like lose some of its punchiness and get comfortable with just being a forever cartoon, that you got the rise of South Park, which was like even Simpsons-ier, right? Even edgier, even more out there, even more willing to take a shot at Hollywood or whomever.
I think your phone's going off there. Is that what's buzzing?
It is. Don't know who it is, so off they go.
I missed the Simpsons era. I didn't even catch the tail end of that. I came on the scene. I remember watching South Park one night, and it might have been like 9:00, and I was young, and my parents came home and were livid. They were like, what are you watching? It was an episode, I think, where somebody's driving into the water or something, or maybe it was a Family Guy episode. And my parents were just losing it. They're like, what is this? And turned it off. And I was like, okay.
I mean, animation has kind of always been transgressive.
Do you think that that's because it's animation? That when you see cartoons be edgier or attack an issue that might not be in the social zeitgeist quite yet, that you can get away with it because it's not a real person?
Yes. That has kind of always been the case.
It helps, right?
Yeah, the like one extra layer away from reality as you're presenting the joke or the case or whatever. And that's been, if you look just like history of cartoons.
I mean, if they killed Kenny and Kenny was an actual actor as many times as they did, there might be some blowback.
Right.
Especially if it was really graphic.
Right. If it was an ongoing joke that was like on-screen death of a child once per episode. Yeah.
People might have something to say about that.
You'd get some letters. And they got some letters. But, if it was an actual child, the network might have something to say about it. Right. But if it's just a paper doll on a paper background, basically, whatever.
If somebody gets upset about that, it's kind of hard to justify. Like, you realize these are paper cutouts, right?
Right. It's also like, you also see it with the Muppets too. Like that just little bit of fictionalization. Oh man, in their early days. But the Muppets
were like Sesame Street-ish, right? Or were they?
That was. So now we get into the definition. Not every Muppet is from the Muppets. Not every puppet is a Muppet. And not all Muppets are Muppets because some actual humans were inducted into the Muppets. But in that Venn diagram, so there were the like Muppet movies and the Muppet Show, that were, oh man, go back and watch old episodes of the Muppet Show. They were like a just, zany variety show with different celebrity every round. But they also, like, even earlier on were these really raunchy commercials. Jim Henson never considered the Muppets to be for kids.
We're talking about Kermit the Frog Muppets.
Yeah.
Really? Never thought they were for kids.
He never considered the art form, like the Muppets, to be just for kids. Like surely there were a lot of fans in childhood, and it evoked senses of wonder. But like if you look at the Dark Crystal, like he as a person saw this art form as transcended. It breaks past these age boundaries.
What is the Dark Circle?
The Dark Crystal?
Dark Crystal.
Oh God, it's a Jim Henson masterpiece. It was his passion project. It's spoilers for a 1980 something movie, but
you're right. Hold on. I don't
right? Yeah, no, you gotta watch. But it's this beautiful all puppet story of like a fantasy world where there's this crystal that has cracked, and there's these evil creatures that are sucking the energy out of the world to stay in power, and this like last person of his kind finds another person of his kind on this journey from. It's an epic hero's journey fantasy movie from the 1980s, but very dramatic and done in puppets. Like you get weepy. It's
is it good?
Yeah, it's great. It actually like then had more recently a whole Netflix series of a prequel series of like the last gasp of rebellion as the world of the Dark Crystal was being solidified. Just like the bad guys. I didn't watch the whole series, but I know the end. The bad guys wiping out everything because that's where the movie starts. But it was very unexpected from Jim Henson. Like it got some real mixed reception at the time. But like if you go back and look at it, it's terrific. The artist that did the concept art for all of it, Brian Froud, I believe it is. He has, like, you may have seen, like, he does got famous for like a series of work on fairies. So just like in that sort of fantasy art era. Yeah, check it out. If you haven't seen The Dark Crystal, go watch it.
Great name.
Right? Pause
Dark
it.
Crystal.
Go look it up. Come back
stop
and
the
like
podcast right now and then go watch it.
Right. Then you'll be ready for some housing policy talk.
I'll have to look into it. I mean, the problem is there were some great movies from the 80s, from the 70s, even probably farther back. But the graphics and the black and white, especially, I think it's hard for people today to get into.
I could see that. Like, yeah, you have to forgive a lot. Or just be like, ooh, look at the history.
There's a movie that's a variety show that's kind of a cult classic. And the only reason I know about it is because my parents would watch it. And I feel like that's a lot of those movies, those old Westerns, especially for me, because my mom loved them.
Right.
And so I grew up watching those. But I wouldn't have had that if not for them. And I don't know that my kids will see those.
Right.
I don't know if I'll put those on or not. Maybe for like a nostalgia. Oh.
Right. The culture we pass down. Yeah, I have a weekly movie night with he picks a movie, we all rotate, and I make sure that he gets like the old classics in. He gets his Back to the Future. He gets his
I have not seen Back to the Future, the whole thing. I don't even think I've seen the second. I think I've seen parts of the first.
I don't think we've done the whole round of them. But like
sprinkle in a little culture.
Yeah, things that have become cultural touchstones. That like you're gonna miss a lot of memes. You're not gonna understand what a lot of people say if you don't know what the dark side of the Force is.
I don't know what a lot of people say that are younger now. There's this, I don't even know if you know about this. Maybe you're more versed than I am, but this whole Demure thing that's been going around on social media. I don't even know. I don't understand that. But it's everywhere.
Yeah, people just fell in love with the word. That's fine. I can live with a world that's a touch more demure.
I don't even know what demure means. Classy or nice,
Yeah, it's
sophisticated?
in a quiet way. Like,
Give me some synonyms. What are we talking about here?
Every still you've ever seen of Audrey Hepburn.
Whoa, great example.
Right. She had a very demure look, like a little bit submissive, a little bit like, but very attentive to detail, especially appearance.
Classy.
Yeah, right.
Have you seen what I'm talking about? Those social media things going around?
Yeah, I TikToks.
Do you scroll TikTok?
I scroll things. Yeah, I mean, there's important information there. There's a lot of corners of TikTok, and some of them have actual real information in them. And otherwise, it's also good to know like what sort of bad information is out there convincing people.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's unique to just TikTok. I think that's all of them.
Now, TikTok, I would say, is the most potent delivery vehicle as far as social media that we have right now.
Because there's so many people on it, or because that algorithm is so fine-tuned?
Because it's a short video medium, right?
Well, not anymore. They're lengthening it. I got a notification, I think it was a while ago, that they're doing hour uploads maybe now.
That'll be interesting.
I don't know if anybody's going to watch an hour TikTok.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, maybe. I'm sure it will find you exactly the thing that you want to watch an hour of, though.
Oh, yeah. There was a weird point in time there, kind of in COVID, coming out of COVID, where YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram were trying to become TikTok, and TikTok almost felt like it was trying to become YouTube in some way, where they wanted longer content on there, and all the other ones wanted shorter content.
Yeah, everybody was trying to find the exact point at which they could hold your attention for the most amount of money. Right? Exactly.
What's the threshold?
Right? What can we get away with? How much of your attention can we cash into our attention economy?
It's like a vampire. How much can we keep you attached to this device? Keep scrolling. Oh, you don't like that video? Okay, here's one that you're gonna love.
Right. Here's a 5-second one that's gonna be great, and then we're gonna scroll to a sponsored ad.
Are there a lot of ads on TikTok?
I mean, I would say not more than other social platforms. Like
Facebook's pretty bad about it. I get a lot of ads on Facebook. I try not to scroll. I'm on Twitter probably more so now than any of the others.
Yeah. Twitter's still okay for news, like as far as like being able to directly follow journalists and people who are on the ground doing reporting on various things. Blue Sky is kind of pops occasionally, but consistency isn't there yet.
Is Blue Sky Jack Dorsey? He did that one too?
Yeah. It was invite only, and it's still in its growth phase. It hasn't really like surged or anything. Stayed consistent, but and it had a lot of the like rage quit Twitter users. Like, oh, this
when Musk took over.
I mean, that was kind of the point. I mean, there were because it was after that point that Jack made the company, but kind of like at every point where there's been some like egregious choice that Twitter has made, it's like Blue Sky gets a surge every time.
I do like that they let kind of everything fly. And maybe I'm a little biased just because I do this and I've had videos flagged and pulled and gotten strikes for all sorts of different things. I do like that they kind of just shoot from the hip, even if you disagree with the piece of content that you're looking at to make that judgment. I kind of think it's cool that everything's just out there. You can see ideas even if you disagree with them, and then it's like, okay, let's battle this out. Why is this idea bad?
If the place was set up to have those debates, maybe. That's not how the algorithm feeds it. It feeds it by rage engagement. So it's not showing offensive content to people who are going to engage with it philosophically, because they're going to type one long post, then forget about it because they're secure, mentally healthy human beings and can move on. That's not who the algorithm shows it to. The algorithm shows it to the person who's going to take the most mental harm from whatever is said, rage engage, get in a whole flame war, obsessively check the post, because that scores points on the algorithm scale. Right? And that's the insidious nature of social media just in general. Right? So I mean that's the community safety portion of like the responsibility of curating what you allow to be said on a stage that you own.
I don't know if you can curate it though at scale. Just because like we were talking about. Yeah, well, but not effectively. I mean, they were never great.
I've never seen any platform be big and good at it.
I don't know if they can be. I think it's a choice. You either stay small and curate and censor the shit out of everything to maintain the environment that you want. I mean, it's like the comment section.
Well, but allowing people to curate their own experience, though, that's something that has been largely dropped. There are accounts now that you can't block. Right?
On Twitter?
Yeah.
Or X, if we're gonna.
Yeah. Shitter.
Twitter's just such a good branding. It's gonna take
right. Like you bought the company for too much money, and then you pissed away the world's most like top 5 most valuable brands. What are you anyway? But yeah, like your ability to curate your own experience and like be able to have the experience that you want to have on the platform. Though, I mean, all of those divisions got cut. There's nobody manning those systems anymore. All of those people are, out on the job market somewhere. So all of those tools have either been removed or are just unresponsive, right? So there is no way to have a guaranteed positive experience on Twitter anymore.
Well, I think some of that is up to your own personal responsibility in some sense, which is the challenge because people are inclined to look at what they don't like, and gravitate towards that in a lot of ways.
But personal responsibility is having the tool to actually like have that control, right?
But we do have the
responsibility requires authority.
Yeah, but you can
if you're gonna participate in the thing, like you can choose to log off of Twitter. Like that is a perfectly viable and I think wise solution.
Unless you're following Growing Pains on there, then
right, yeah, no,
podcast, but
and then just set yourself up. What's the Hootsuite account that just pulls specific? Yeah, you can.
I tried that for a while. They're expensive though, man. Just to automate posting is.
They used to be free, and then they were cool, and then they got a paid model, and then they sucked. Cory Doctorow, the Enshittification of the internet. Have you followed his?
No.
The
Enshittification
of the internet and of companies. So he has, I think he's put out a couple of books now, but like several very long essays, some of which were posted directly to Twitter, which I get a kick out of. But it's the cycle. Excuse me. It's the cycle in especially technological capitalism of overreaching for market share by undercutting and doing essentially monopolistic tactics. And then once you have critical mass, you drive up prices and cut services because then you have a captive audience in a walled garden. Right? That's the last 15-year cycle of every company that was cool on the internet for a while, right? They agglomerate, they buy out other companies with other small things. They do the Amazon method that is why we don't have Barnes and Nobles anymore, right? There's and then essentially, like if you look at Amazon, they have forced their competition to sell through them, and now they're taking increasing cuts, delivering less and less service, forcing them to do certain amounts of advertising to fill up slots on Amazon Prime, the little things.
And those are almost the good things, because they're also copying people's products that are succeeding and making them Amazon exclusive products and building their own. You think that would draw some attention?
Capitalism as it should be? Right? Is this a bug or a feature? Is the system working as designed?
Have you heard of, I'm going to butcher the name, I think it's something like the dead internet theory? Have you come across that?
I think I know what you're talking about. Tell me more.
I haven't looked into it. I just came across it a couple days ago, actually, and I bookmarked it on Twitter. The idea that sometime maybe in the early 2010s or late 2010s, whether it's ads or bots, that the internet has kind of just, do you know where I'm going?
Yeah, it's essentially become this just like automated there's no people in most of the spaces in the internet.
It's just these bots talking and then maybe some people engaging, but it's primarily just curated through these automated systems. There's no actual human interaction in there anymore.
I have seen a similar thing, and I can't disprove it. There's been a lot of internet out there that's just sitting there now, and having various automated interactions. Most of them are some form of security breach, right? That's all of our social security numbers are out there now. So
that was a big one.
Yeah,
that was a big hack, and I don't think people fully understand what that means.
No, they got
something like 2 billion,
2.7, I think was the number I heard, billion data point interactions, including with social security numbers. So they don't just have your social security number; they have your social security number and the history of where it's been entered, locked for every man, woman, and child and other in America.
And I don't even think that made a news cycle. I don't know that anybody was really talking about that and saying, hey guys, all of the data you're supposed to keep private is just up for grabs.
Oops. Good thing we don't use that for anything.
Yeah. Good thing it's not an important thing to have and to keep secure. And if somebody else gets a hold of it, maybe it's a problem, because that would be an issue.
Right. Well, we built our own panopticon, gave away our privacy, and now buy back the luxury of privacy through VPN subscriptions and data cleaning services.
But it's still a facade. It's you're buying a false sense of security. I would be interested to know, with a VPN you can mask your IP, but are they tracking you through ad points? Your ad data? Like, how much are they tracking you through the hardware?
It depends. Well, yeah, when you get to hardware vulnerabilities, then you're talking about government actors, not corporate actors.
Yeah, the NSA would never spy on American citizens, because that would be...
No, they would never use the information that they gained from spying on you. It's an important distinction, right?
Do you think that people just never understood what privacy was? Because you never had to. Privacy was almost just guaranteed. If you go back to the 1900s, you just had privacy because there was no internet. And then the internet comes on and you're like, oh, well, I'll agree to these terms of service because...
Yeah, you ride a horse,
you're tracking everything. I don't care.
Shake a hand and say you're a different name. Boom. New privacy. That used to be privacy. Nobody asked you any fucking questions.
Yeah, you didn't have a little spy in your pocket.
Right. Right. Yeah.
That's your line. I think you said that on the podcast.
Yeah. Orwell did not foresee that we would carry the big brother in our pocket.
1984 would be a very different book if he knew cell phones and the internet were going to be a thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And then we built that for ourselves. And then, I mean, it depends on like how carefully you curate your digital footprint and, you know, operational security and what have you, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, at the end of the day, we've put a lie to the fact that there was ever an expectation of privacy in America.
What is your process? Do you use a torrent? Are you using a VPN? What do you do?
Damn business. No, thank you. Keep
maintaining that privacy. I like that.
No, I mean, I switch tools as I find ones that are better. A lot of it is I just don't participate in a lot of things on the internet. Like,
but is there any tool that is actually secure? I mean, people were talking about Telegram for a while, but then I think who got into Telegram? The CIA or the NSA cracked it or something. That was a big expose.
Everybody, I'm sure. Like
anybody that wants to.
Yeah. So one of the things that I've done in my life for a moment was called security penetration. That's the industry where a company hires you to say, we want to know if we're secure. Come get us. And then, you know, a team of people like do the thing and try to crack whatever security challenge they've got and, you know, give them a report on these are your vulnerabilities. One fun scam that is security penetration adjacent is just to send companies invoices for security penetration services. And if they pay the invoice, you then send them the report. Oh, I see you've purchased our report on how not to pay blank fucking invoices.
Yeah, that's a good initial litmus test, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if I can send you an invoice for nothing and you'll pay it without question, okay, I'm going to give you a service, but not because you earned it. But yeah, so it's, I mean, you'd be amazed how far you can get with just a clipboard. That's just clipboard, sometimes a name tag if you've got extra time. But just, yeah, a clipboard and a smile, most doors just open up to you. Helps that I'm white.
I've seen countless videos of people just putting on a high-vis vest and getting into places they probably shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, movie theaters.
Hard hat.
Restricted access areas. Yeah.
Yeah, if you got a clipboard and a hard hat, you'd like, I need to get back in the storage area.
I need to check the server.
Yeah. Right?
You don't need any programming experience. You just walk into the building and get direct access to all the hard drives.
Yeah, and usually in a security penetration test, like the gold medal was always like, if I can put a device into one of your devices, if I have a USB that I can plug in that I've already programmed to do the whole thing for me, boop, I'm done. I won. You lost. I got all your stuff, right? I have prepared, my guy in the van has prepared all of the stuff on this stick.
I don't even know if you need the guy in the van anymore. You could have a guy sitting on a beach in Guatemala.
Yeah, it depends on the order, but you know, yeah, right. You can absolutely like it's a remote work job now. Like the guy on the clipboard still has to be on site, but you know, everybody else is just on a conference call.
Have they talked about how that hack took place that got all that data on American citizens?
I haven't seen
anything.
No. I doubt that we will. Well, maybe we'll get some news on it, but probably not from anybody involved with it.
Well, what's been fascinating to me is it doesn't seem like anybody actually cares. There was a moment where people were making videos, hey guys, this happened, but that was a while ago now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's baffling. The amount people just don't care about their personal data, whether it's the belief of, oh, I haven't done anything wrong, so what do I care if somebody looks? That's the one that kills me. That argument. I'm like, oh, we need to have a chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, and in some sense, just going with the flow and understanding the inevitable happens, right? I mean, doesn't matter how good my OPSEC is. I know that I was in that hack because I've interacted with the government and had to give them my social security number, right? I have interacted with a bank and had to give them my social security number.
Just to exist in society.
Well,
There's a significant amount of information you have to give up.
To exist a certain way. I'll be real honest. Without my lovely wife, Allison, I have lived for long periods of time without engaging in banking, or engaging only with private banks, with people, with very small private banks, people that I knew personally. There's a way. It's real hard. And it's become even harder. Like since I met my wife, it's like, okay, I will buy a mattress. Fine.
That's when it all started going downhill.
Right. I'm like,
once you get a
need to
headboard,
accept certain creature comforts in my life if I'm going to have this part of my life as well. No, fine.
well, and having a kid, you get the data points on you about the school that they're going. There's just so many access points.
Yep.
Do you think we ever get that back?
Nope.
Privacy ever makes a return? Some congressman or, some politician says, hey guys, we need to start reverting course. They give up that power.
I mean, imagine the outcry from every corporation, right? The entire direction of business is supported by data trading, right? Data collection, data tracking, data trading. Imagine how much more they'd have to spend in advertising if they didn't know exactly when your period was, ladies. Right? You like the reports of Target like sending pregnancy tests and like coupons for diapers before a woman knows that she's pregnant. Like that is because they're tracing all your data, all your shopping, all your data points, like in a creepy way. Right? Every time I wonder aloud something in front of my phone, I get ads on 3 different platforms for exactly that thing. Doesn't matter how good your OPSEC is. Right? Unless you're putting this thing in a Faraday box.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
And even then, what if
Right.
somebody's with you that has their phone and then...
Right. And what if you just like need to know who was in that movie?
Or you're bored waiting in an office for your appointment and you got to scroll TikTok.
Right. All of these magazines are from months ago. Somebody already did all the crosswords. And it was me last time I was here.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're on a moving train in that sense, and there's just no going back.
No.
But then
Right.
how much worse does it get? I mean, especially with, I keep thinking about Neuralink, because I saw a video the other day, they had they implanted it in the second person, and he was playing Counter-Strike. Have you ever seen the movie Gamer?
Yeah.
That's instantly what I thought of. Oh, how far off are we from something like that?
Well, we've already remote controlled someone else's hand through the internet. Like that
I didn't know that was a thing.
ship. Oh yeah, that ship sailed. I think we definitely had monkeys do it. Pretty sure that we've also done human trials on that. So, I mean,
So we're pretty close, is what you're saying.
Oh
We're
yeah, any
basically
second.
there.
The future is now. Great, no problem. What could possibly go wrong? Have you been tracking brain organoids?
Brain organoids.
Oh, I'm really about to bake your noodle. So, brain cells, right? Stem cells that can go turn into brain cells and clone brain cells. Turns out you can do lots of shit with those, like grow a whole other little tiny brain that will spontaneously generate eyes and that you can keep alive for up to 100 days. And you can have it run computational models. You can plug it into a little spider robot and let it move around. You can. I
have a company, I believe it's a CEO of a company who does that coming on the podcast. Potentially. We're locked in, but it's never a done deal until you actually record. But
right.
They're coming on to talk about that. I
wild
stumbled
stuff.
across that and I was like, you're using human brains as computers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right? You can grow them in the shape of the brain. You can grow them in other computational shapes. You can make them into circuit boards. You can basically anything you can do with a silicon computer, you can do with a brain computer. Way better. There's one company now that is like farming out research time on these things. So, and you're able to see the data in real time. I wish I knew the website. I wasn't prepared for this one. Wish I knew the website off the top of my head, but you can see the data in real time, like as they're tuning things and seeing like their activities, and it's wild. It's wild. They had a mouse that they made it so it genetically underdeveloped part of its brain, plugged in a brain organoid into the hemisphere of its brain that was missing. The brain organoid integrated with the existing brain and then took it over. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, this isn't the start of some sci-fi movie that ends catastrophically.
Right. Or the long ago history of a utopian society that has, I mean, because legitimately the processing power of it is
vastly superior to any technology we have. I don't know compared
brains
to like
are just
quantum
better computers
computing.
than we can make.
But quantum computing, is that still above?
I mean, if we can get quantum computing is still a ways out. We can see it. We have started to master the very bleeding edges of the technologies that are going to be required for a functional quantum computer. Like we have been able to make time crystals. We have been able to freeze light in place. All of this is necessary, right? These would be necessary components, things that we would have to do for a functional quantum computer, which is why we're doing them in the first place. But I mean, that's still in the future.
So brains might be the intermediate step.
Right. Or a bridge out to that direction. I mean,
or a different tangent entirely.
Right. I mean, it's definitely happening. I'll tell you that. They're also doing things like using these in like drug trials, right? Because, you know, especially like with rarer brain problems, right? You can only find so many of them. It's highly unethical to generate the problem in a person. It's kind of a hard no list. Like, let's give a person a disease and then see if we can cure it. No, let's not do that. But then growing brain material that has a certain defect or behaves in a certain way, and then testing various drug phases on it. Yeah, that works, right? And again, it's stuff we're doing.
I wonder if we'll get to a point where we can grow an entire human body and either remove the brain or have it grow without a brain, and that will be our new test dummy for all of these issues. For treatments, we test treatments for cancer against it, for maybe not for dementia, because if it doesn't have a brain, but maybe it's dead in some sense. And we just, rather than testing animals, we just start testing these human
analogs,
yeah.
Right? There is a real question in the whole brain organoid thing of like, we know they're sentient, we know they think, we know they feel pleasure and they feel pain. At what point, where is the line?
Do they feel pleasure and pain if it's just the brain?
Pleasure and discomfort. You send them ordered and disordered signals, then they release dopamine, or they attempt to avoid them. You know. Yeah.
Heavy stuff.
Right? What is a person? What does it mean to be people anyway? Humanity has a stellar track record of assigning personhood, where it's
we're doing great.
Great at it.
We've got a great track
like,
record on that.
You're a human, but you say things with an accent. Not a people. Right?
Well, not even that. I mean,
the
IVF debate right now.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That you're a person at that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do great with that.
Yeah.
We have very solid lines that we can draw.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're I mean, bar none at applying rational philosophy to choices that are deeply personal to other people.
Yeah, we're very
great
ethical.
at that. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if it involves something that we can capitalize on and make money with. We're definitely ace at like, well, if they're not people, I can sell their computational time. If they are people, I gotta pay them. Gonna vote no.
Part of me is excited and part of me is scared because it feels like we're on the bleeding edge of some really fascinating technology.
Oh, yeah. It kind of has, I mean, maybe not my whole life. Honestly, like since my teens. Like
You've felt that way since then?
Yeah, like kind of the mid 90s, I felt like there was a wave that was hitting, and once it kind of rolled through the late 90s, every year there was something that, you know, like I'm a tech watcher. Like I watch biotechnology, I watch robotic technology, and I've, you know, just seen these leaps and bounds advances. And it's, none of those cats are going back in the bag, right? You asked if we could create all these genetic organs. Well, yeah, we can already do that. There's a DARPA project called the 100-Year Starship that also contains within. So the idea is, if in 100 years, you know, we can't right now build a colony ship, but 100 years before we went to the moon, we couldn't go to the moon, but we can conceive of all the technologies that it would take to go to the moon. Right? Chemical propulsion to get to the moon, you know, calculus we could figure out, we could orbit of planets. We could conceive individually of all these things. If we could advance individually those things to be ready for each other piece of technology to be prepared. And hopefully it wouldn't take, you know, World War to come out and be like, well, we need rockets right now, so we're just going to put all the money in it. You know, it'd be nice to put in some of that in peacetime, maybe. So that's the 100-Year Starship project, and part of that is the you know, healing and biomechanics, right? Like you can't take a whole lot with you, and everything that you need has to be there, right? How do you make a heart valve if someone's fails out of shit you got in space, right? Can you grow the material in a garden? Can you clone it on their own shoulder? Can you, right? How do we meet these challenges? And, you know, how to actually be able to like take people through space successfully. So the biomedical section of that is just bonkers. They can induce healing without scarring. Zero scar tissue. Burn victims. Surgical transplant incisions, all that. You know, you can, the way exists to clone every one of your organs. Right?
Clone you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, ship of Theseus. If I have a collection of my organs around an approximation of my skeleton wrapped in skin that looks like me, is that me? I don't know. How many of the pieces does it have to be me?
Are you familiar with a company called Alcor Life Extension Foundation, I believe is the name? It's a cryo company.
That's if I had that's kind of what I was thinking, but I don't know if that's just because it would make perfect sense for that to be a cryo company. But no, I don't think I've engaged directly with it. I know some of how like stories out of the industry though.
I had the CEO on the podcast.
Nice.
And I've been sitting on it because it's going to be out in the next couple of days because the audio is terrible. It was my fault, but the quality of the conversation was so good. I feel compelled to still put it out. But listening to him break down the process, and there are a lot of people that have signed up for this for whole body or just brain preservation. Meanwhile, you don't know if they'll ever actually be able to bring you back or the toxicity of all of this. Faith. But it's a crazy application that they could use for space travel, especially. Just we're gonna freeze people.
Yeah, and the that either actual cryofreezing or hibernation or torpor. That in that 100-year Starship program, that is one of the part of the research. Like, how do we make that work? How do we be able to moderate the damage that goes on, right? Because right now most companies are like, we're going to perform the process, and we have a vision for how it's going to be fixed. And we trust that in the future it's going to get handled.
Yeah, somebody else will fix it down the road.
Right. They have, and a lot of them have like, I look forward to your episode, but having it not, a lot of them have like a vision for like what technology will fill that gap. They have, various different processes that are like, that need to get this much farther down the line. I haven't looked into any of them deeply enough to be like, yeah, that'll work. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are a ton of problems that you've run into. James, I'm drawing a blank on his last name, but he was very upfront about the fact that, hey, I'm not promising anybody that will bring you back.
It's a leap of faith for sure.
Yeah.
Right? And that's,
straight out of a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
And we're going to freeze you.
In a way,
and maybe they'll bring you back.
You're kind of investing, assuming, I wouldn't besmirch your guess, but assuming a level of ethics in the business owners, you're kind of investing in the research, right? I mean, knowing that you may never get a bonus off of it. So that's legit.
I don't know if I could take that leap and freeze myself. I don't know if I'm there yet.
I plan to give my body to science anyway.
See, that also worries me, because then you might be the guy that they're testing out in the new Humvee against some new rocket that they've developed, and they're blowing you up in the desert in Arizona.
Then I'll haunt them forever.
I think there was I read this a long time ago. I don't know if it was somebody's grandma or something, and they found out that that's what her body went to was military testing, and the family was just livid. Understandably, you think you're donating your body to science, that they're doing some actual research as doctors in a sterile environment, not people blowing you up.
Right. And there have been flaps about that on a fairly regular basis, because, the military has always gotten cadavers from somewhere. Right. It's not a time of war. So, I'll have to check. At one point, I thought there was a movement that got some traction to remove donated cadavers from military procurement, but I don't know if that ever bore fruit. It would be neat if it did.
Yeah, I feel like they would fight that. I don't know if that could get through or not. Maybe if enough people woke up and said, "Hey, you're doing what with people's bodies?"
And I mean, to be perfectly honest, there's a case to be made that you can get better information out of sensors and ballistic gel now, right? The technology exists to not need the resource anymore. Might as well cut the cost.
Yeah. Cut the cost is an interesting way to phrase that when you're talking about somebody's body. But, they want to do really ethical research and find out just the right impact on the body. So
exactly how much damage that this bullet's going to do. It's important to know. You have to know if it's a personnel or a material weapon.
Yeah, is it just going to take off their legs, or is it going to blow them up?
Right.
This is the data we need.
Do you shoot for the head, or do you shoot for their backpack, so that you can say you're attacking the ordnance and the tools, and the person was collateral damage?
I've talked about it way too much on here, but I have seen so many drone videos coming out of Ukraine and now potentially Russia. Oh man. Watching there was a recent one of this guy that headbutted a drone that blew up. It was one of those suicide drones, and seemingly walked away from it, which was kind of incredible.
Weird.
Insanely weird.
I mean, I have to check it out. It's like knocked it into exactly the wrong blast zone. I mean, I imagine if I was setting it up, not that I know anything about how to set up explosives for the record, for anybody watching from the government, but you would shape a charge, right? You would set it in something that would put the charge where you wanted it. So theoretically, maybe knock the drone sideways and the blast all goes that way. You walk away. Okay. Like, you're not going to hear anything real well it's going to be your last rock concert for a while. But okay, maybe I can imagine a circumstance where that would happen, but I wouldn't recommend it.
You wouldn't want to be the first one to try that.
Yeah.
You would want to hear some stories of people doing it successfully and then say, okay, maybe if I'm in a situation and I have to do that, it's in the back of my mind that I might make it out alive.
And if I'm in training, and guys, if you're being chased by a Ukrainian drone, you turn, set your feet, headbutt it straight between the blades. I'm like, hold up, Ivan.
I'm going AWOL.
I don't know why that's plan A. Don't I have a pistol? What the fuck?
Well, pistol, you would need a shotgun. You would want a shotgun if a drone's chasing you down, just because your odds.
Swing it. Yeah, mostly I don't want to be in a war. That's plan A. Don't get in a war zone.
That's a pretty good plan.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that as plan A. I'm sticking with it. I feel like I'm pot committed. I've put all my resources into not being in a war zone. Should probably stick with that plan.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think I get a little too. I mean, it's easy to slip into a chaotic rabbit hole of are we going to war? Because you've got Ukraine, Russia, you've got Israel, Palestine, you got the Houthis. I mean, there's a lot of dynamic parts at play right now.
Mm-hmm. It's it's not a stable playing field. I will say that. Like there's a lot of shit going on. I mean, we are, again, like there's that very technical at war, but we are deeply involved in a whole lot of conflicts when that has been true
for a long time.
For the whole history of the United States.
And it feels crazy to say that we are not at war with Russia when we are the biggest supplier of weapons, the biggest funding source for Ukraine.
And we're actively under cyber attack.
And we're actively training Ukrainians. We have personnel on the ground in Ukraine.
Yep. I mean, that's through NATO. Like to
oh, yeah.
You know, like
that's a good level of abstraction, of course.
Right? Like that's the whole point of NATO. If they're going to go to war with one of them, they go to war with all of us. Right? So that is what is supposed to make it a deterrent. But yeah, as far as like what is a war and what is just a conflict and what is us defending United States territorial resources or us just shooting off guns for no reason.
Just burning through old ammunition.
You're right. Or contributing to a genocide. Oops.
Did you see the video or the stories of the Israeli soldiers raping that Palestinian prisoner? Did you hear about that?
No. I tried to. I have heard many of the stories out of the prisons. Haven't heard that one specifically, or that like video evidence had come out.
It's on film. They've got the Israeli soldiers are being videoed, and it's.
I'm not shocked.
I was pretty shocked to see that. I was like, "What is happening right now?"
No, I assumed that they would devolve to that relatively quickly. I'm surprised it didn't come out sooner. What is a people? Oh, well, as soon as I can strip personhood from someone, I can do fucking whatever to them. They've been living in an apartheid for at least 20, 30 years, right?
Well, and equally crazy, if not more crazy, people were protesting because I don't know if they had arrested the soldiers involved or had detained them, but people were protesting that it was their right to do that because Palestinians are less than human, and so it wasn't an issue. And supposedly it was escalating. I don't know how true it was, but I had heard reports that it was escalating somewhere towards a Civil War-esque vibe of people defending their right to be able to do this. And I don't know how much, the problem is how much of that is true, how much of it is not. I'm obviously not on the ground out there.
Right. Which parts of that are propaganda and from whom? I mean, I don't doubt that the event happened. As to how the spin went, yeah, I'd have to do a lot more research because I mean that the Netanyahu's government has been holding on to power by its fingernails for a while. Like before October 7th, there was a constitutional crisis in their Supreme Court.
Protests in the streets.
Protests in the streets. Yeah, like he's been pulling shit to hold power in a frankly fascist way for a real long time. And he didn't build the apartheid state either, but he did deepen it and profit from it. But that goes back even further. Right, he was involved in the bureaucratic apparatus that sort of widened that gap over the years. But it's a whole fucking mess.
It's almost better just to focus on local politics, because then you don't have to get severely uncomfortable about what is currently taking place in the world.
Well, it is certainly something that most people have more ability to change, which gives you dopamine, and who doesn't like dopamine? Right. But that's part of the idea is like getting involved in local politics. You can then support more global politics in a way, right? The stronger we are locally, the more we have to give.
It's a crazy world out there.
That's always been. Now we just hear about it right away.
Now you can actually see the footage of whatever is taking place. Yeah.
Yep.
Join the live stream. Subscribe to my YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty crazy.
It is a world that existed in science fiction, right? Reading science fiction prepared me for this world.
Yeah, I was kind of perfectly primed for it. I was reading 1984 in A Brave New World during COVID. And I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Right. Yep.
Great piece. I didn't really care for A Brave New World, actually. I read the whole thing, but I thought 1984 was far more compelling and engaging.
Mm-hmm. It's a matter of taste. Like there's, some of it is just writing style of the early century versus the late 19th or 20th century. Did you ever read Gattaca? Another good one in that genre.
Isn't that a video game too?
Maybe. I know it was
Galactica.
A movie. Yeah, Galaga was also a classic video game. But Gattaca was a movie with Ethan Hawke, Uma Thurman. But again, sort of like the future panopticon, this one focuses a lot on like your genetic makeup and your predisposition to be great at certain things, and what is potential and what is the choice to go out and try to do something you're not going to be great at, or maybe you are. Who knows? So, yeah, all questions that now in my late adulthood, well, not late adulthood, I'm not that old, but things that are coming up, right? Things are starting to be meaningful questions instead of fascinating flights of fancy.
Yeah, they're not just hypotheticals anymore.
Right? How much of, when does a brain organoid become a person?
Yeah, questions you almost never thought we'd have to ask. And now we're already past the asking point, we're engaged in it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're all, again, that has always been the human way as well. Like, I would not be surprised if in prehistory, the first guy that discovered fire just like wandered around and was like, boom, fire. Ha ha ha. Boom. Guys, look what I could do. Ha ha ha. Oh shit. Right? I feel like that is the immediate human thing of like, I found a cool thing. I'm going to do a bunch of shit with it. Oh no.
Yeah, now time to pay the piper.
Right? I have burned down my village and nobody wants to help me get food anymore. Fuck. So much for my genetic line.
But I bet those people survive somehow, because that is definitely still apparent today. That gene was passed down. Right.
Well, the one who eventually said, let's make a ring of holy stones and keep it in there. Don't let it come out. It's a monster. Those guys made bank. right? If you can
It's
imagine
good.
something and then turn it into a narrative that can convince people to work in their own best interest, well, I mean, then you change a society.
The propaganda element of all of this, stepping back from however you feel about what we're engaged in, what we're doing.
Right.
The propaganda is fascinating to see it play out because it is coming so hard from every side, and it's a compelling story both ways.
Yeah. I mean, advertising is advertising. I mean, it's all marketing. All traces back to the Nazis, of course.
Does it really?
Goebbels. He invented modern marketing.
A Nazi. Wow.
Yeah.
Why does
How do you
that
think?
check
How do you
out?
think the Nazis got so popular? Marketing in a way nobody had ever seen before, in a way that just blew the doors off of all of the theoretical social controls on that kind of thing.
He was a psychologist, I'm guessing.
I don't remember his background.
It would make sense.
Yeah, I'm guessing he was an aristocrat of some flavor. Yeah. I'd have to look it up. But no, I don't remember his background off the top of it. But he was the minister of propaganda, and he was just the best at it in the worst way possible. Right? Every time you're like, that Nazi really knew his shit, you're also saying, and thus was incredibly destructive. Right? But that keeps being part of the thing. Like they were that bad because in some key positions they had some people that were exactly right for the job.
Incredible people, talent-wise, at what they did, taking out the moral aspect of it.
Yeah.
I mean, our NASA,
Yeah, Project Paperclip.
a lot of Nazis that we brought over.
Oh yeah. Lots of our departments. Project Paperclip was the Nazi forgiveness program.
Yeah, we're just going to sweep that under the rug.
Yes,
because we need to go to space.
Right. Hey, about all
And
that
they're pretty
rocket
good
shit
at
you
rockets.
did. How would you like not to hang at Nuremberg? I know you deserve it, but hear me out.
You're going to work for the good guys now, so we're going to let you slide.
Right.
Do you think they could get away with something like that today?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You think they don't?
Oh, that's a good point. The question is, do you know about it or not?
Yeah. They didn't then.
Damn. Yeah, what are they doing now that we don't know about? Have you been following the UFO stuff?
Yeah.
You-
The big releases there.
Do you think that is, because I've heard people say, oh, it's maybe our technology and it's just some DARPA program that's buried that is extremely sophisticated, or it's actually aliens, drone technology?
I haven't seen anything that couldn't be explained.
Do you want another one
Oh,
of those,
sure.
boys?
But I haven't seen anything that couldn't be directly explained by existing technology, sometimes including an unusual interaction, like two bodies flying at high speeds over open ocean and having unusual effects on perception of distance and movement, for instance. So I haven't seen anything that like it had to be aliens, but I've seen a lot of weird shit. It's like somebody is working on stuff that is not available at Walmart.
Yeah, some stuff that we definitely don't have access to. But you don't think that some of the movement patterns of those videos, like the Tic Tac video, you don't think some of that seems like it would be out of our current capability? Too far, too advanced, the way it moves?
I'll have to look specifically at the one you're talking about, but none of the ones that I looked at couldn't be explained.
The Tic Tac video is a pretty famous one, but there was also a video that might have come out this week of some lights in, I think, Southern California maybe, or somewhere, I think, in the States. And there were a bunch of them. I haven't actually looked into that one, but I saw some of the videos of these flight patterns. But the Tic Tac video ones are pretty famous.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of it comes down to like, even if it were under our capability, they couldn't come out and say like, yeah, check it out, we can do that, because we can't, right? Because maybe we can't do it consistently enough, or maybe there's some other reason that we don't want China and Russia knowing that, like, yeah, that's what we do now. Which was the case, like, going back decades in alien sightings and things. It was like, this was a Volkswagen-sized weather balloon instrumentation package that was meant to detect Russian nuclear detonations from across the globe. But we can't tell you that exists. Otherwise, they will figure out a different way to detonate their nukes.
Yeah, I go back and forth on that. Because when they were doing all those, when people were testifying before Congress, part of me thought, man, is this a psyop for something? Are they covering for something, for some of these,
right,
programs that they don't want to come to light? Like, why are they finally doing it now? People have been talking about UFOs, or is there just so much public pressure that now they kind of have to open the can slightly?
I think it had to do with like some declassification periods coming up, but also there was one guy who just really needed to tell it his way. And not all of that part got backed up, but the data that got released was interesting. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I would be shocked if at some point in an infinite universe, there wasn't intelligent life.
It'd be crazy if we were the only ones.
I would be a little stunned if they could get here without us noticing now. Like, we've got a lot of sensors pointed in every direction. It'd be real weird if there were aliens in the system in enough force that they could, like, manufacture shit and we not have seen something.
But don't you think their technology would be so advanced if they could get here, presumably from some far off planet, that if they didn't want to be detected, they wouldn't be? But then the alternate question is, well, why do we see them sometimes? Why are they on some video?
Well, no, I mean, like, whatever conveyance that it would take to go interstellar would not be small. Right? I mean, if we're talking a species that can quantumly manipulate subatomic particles to enact small scale wormholes, like, then we just need to bow down to our new gods, because that's fucking magic.
But magic to us.
Right.
Kind of like how a nuclear bomb would be magic to people 1,000 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, to a point, but the point being that would be nearly functionally impossible, and that there's no reason that a species that could do that would dick around with these little fun and game like light shows. Like, what are they doing?
That's what people say, but I don't really understand that point, because we have people who dedicate their lives to studying some fringe fish off the coast of Costa Rica, and that's their whole life, and they're fascinated, and they're devoting a lot of research money towards this.
Right. And, I can definitely imagine a world where we are a research
where somebody's ant farm.
We're somewhere wilderness. Yeah, some wilderness refuge for weird bald monkeys. But you're right, I could imagine a story where that world was the case. But yeah, I mean,
feels more likely that they're not here for you.
Yeah, that we are not being actively affected by any sort of alien visitation. Boy, it would be cool. And if it ever happens, I'm actively looking. Like, I am waiting for a reason. Like, I'm 100% Mulder on this. Like, I want to believe. I'm looking for a reason. Show me anything. Anything. But I have to always approach it skeptically. And at some point I'm always like, oh, there it is. That's the thing I didn't know that made this look like super technology or aliens.
If these vehicles are ours, do you think they're drones or do you think they're manned?
Oh, I think they'd have to be drones. I think they'd have to be unmanned just the way they move. Like, unless what we're testing is fucking anti-gravity. And then maybe, because the way they move, that would just kill a person.
Yeah.
Right?
Just the sheer force.
Yeah, you just liquefy organs. You'd pop vessels in the brain. There's like that level of, right? And it's not like the speed, it's the change of direction. Right?
Well, some of it is the speed. Supposedly these things can move.
At that speed.
Yeah.
Right? It's accelerating up to that speed, right? Going from 0 to crazy amounts of speed.
Almost instantaneously.
Yeah. That's something you can do with a drone that you can't do with a human body. So, yeah, that's my theory there.
Yeah, it'd be pretty crazy if we were building up towards an Independence Day situation while also being on the brink of World War III.
Right.
It's like, oh, that's when the aliens come.
Hey, turns out we already had all the guns out.
Yeah, I don't know if our guns would do a whole lot if we were going up against something from outer space.
I don't know.
Unless we're shooting nukes. And even then, it's like, oh, what size ship that is going to impact the Earth when it crashes?
I mean, bullets were the answer to the Borg. Really, it's just like, if there is conflict, it's all about, just like it is between humans, it's all about study their strengths, study their weaknesses, find the gap in the armor, find a blade that'll go through it. Like, no, we'd just Sun Tzu them at some point. we would do, that method is effective for a reason, right? You have to figure out it's gonna be something. And if there's nothing, welcome to our new overlords. Welcome to Earth. How can we be of assistance?
I was listening to, it was a Tucker Carlson, but he was on somebody else's podcast, and he was talking about how he thinks it's a religious thing, that these are almost an angels and demons situation that we're going up against.
I dig there's a religion called Urantia who has the Book of Ur, and it is their idea that all of the events in the Bible are alien visitation. And okay, that's a fun story. Right? Sure. I watched Stargate too. It was great.
Are these what people did this arise from?
Hippies.
Oh, this is a recent.
Yeah, this is like 1970s, 1960s, 1970s.
So safe to say maybe a little LSD was involved with this.
Isn't it always?
It is with a lot of good music.
Right. And a lot of good religion or some sort of drug.
And philosophy.
Shisha, mushrooms.
It's amazing what a little mind expansion can do to a person.
It's almost like it's required.
Yeah, that does lead into why the war on drugs was such a huge push. Why they didn't want people to have access to these things.
Well, it's because and these are words right out of their mouth, but it boils down to the people who disagree with us are into them. And we want to criminalize disagreeing with us. So this is a real quick, that Venn diagram is pretty much a circle. So war on drugs it is.
Yeah, it was the anti-war movement, right? They wanted to go after them. The Black Panthers
Nixon specifically. Like it was specifically Nixon was the one who made the war on drugs. But the anti-drug movement, I mean, it kind of grew out of prohibition in the early 1900s, but there was because of across the globe, the opium wars that were going on. And because of that, some international trade restrictions on opium came to be, and a lot of other things got folded into that in federal law and then through state law, and then was, enforced opportunistically.
But wasn't Reagan the kind of hammer that came down with that?
He was huge on it. Like the DARE program, he was big on that. He didn't coin the phrase war on drugs or anything, like, but he definitely was 1,000% a drug warrior. Yeah. The DARE program.
Just say no,
Just say
kids.
no. Right. The DARE program was the first time I realized my government just lies to me. Just fucking tells me lies.
I remember the idea that people were just going to give you
drugs.
drugs. that you just be at school and someone would say, "Hey man, do you want some free weed?"
Do you want some drugs? Well, yeah.
They're just giving them out.
Right?
Meanwhile, I don't think that's ever happened ever. At least between strangers. Hey, do you want some drugs?
Well, hold on. Now, we're going to give some fodder to my haters. Hey, what's up, Roy? It's because we're going to talk about my criminal history with cannabis. It's funny. We're going to get to talk about Measure H, but I think I mentioned before cameras went up, like every time you present facts in front of Measure H, they try really hard to do just personality assassination. And it's really funny to me when the dispensary owner tries to tell me that I'm an untrustworthy cannibal or an untrustworthy criminal because of my cannabis history. And I'm like, dude.
Roy has said that to you?
Yeah. I just like...
Does he know your background, though, with cannabis?
Chef's kiss. He pulls from the video where I talked about it all the time. So if he's only watched the one clip, okay, maybe. But no, I mean, the first time I met Roy was during legalization I had just ended my own cannabis business so that I could be squeaky clean and not have anything to be threatened with when I'm going and doing activism for legalization. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe he forgot. The anarchist conspiracy mind wiped him.
Well, yeah, I could see him going after you for the anarchism thing, but it seems like you guys would align on cannabis.
It seems like it.
I think that would be some neutral ground for you both.
Well, if he knew what anarchy meant, yeah. It's you'd think. But I mean, here's the thing, like part of it is just that like tactically Measure F, I guess we're pivoting there now. Measure F has made a decision that they enact in every venue that disagreement is met with harassment and personal attacks and divisive community statements, right? That is the tactic, and they just don't engage with the actual issue.
So for people that don't know here, really fast, break down what Measure F is.
Okay, so if you refuse to pause right now and go through like you've probably got 5 or 6 episodes that have Housing for All or Measure F in it. The very short version is Rob Arkley has a parking lot next to his bank, and he loves it with the fire of 1,000 suns. And it is in danger. So the current city's housing plan has set aside up to 21 or 23 city-owned parking lots that could be converted into some other use. A chunk of them have been committed to our housing element of the plan. They can fit X amount of units, and that number of units has been added to the total housing stock to meet the projections from the state that mean that our housing plan is not just accepted by the state. We have a pro-housing designation. Our plan hits all of the check boxes. We nailed it. We get first in line at various, grants and state money and other housing development stuff, resources. And to do that, Security National Bank's parking lot is potentially on the chopping block to be developed into housing. That was years of development to public meetings, like watch the Miles Slattery episode of the show for a full breakdown of the entire process of how it went. But years of development, negotiation, public input, dozens, probably over 100 meetings, like over the course of 4 or 5 years. To get this plan hammered into place, finally, we spent so much time trying to accommodate as many of our public input issues as possible, that like the state was like, you get it in right now or you're out. Like we were pushing the state's patience. So end of the day, it still ended up with Rob Arkley's parking lot on the chopping block. And suddenly, with no warning at all, and by that I mean having been flagged years in advance saying, we're just going to have to run a ballot measure, Rob Arkley did what he did in 1999 when he wanted to ram some land use provisions through the public process. That was the balloon track. So he's done it again, and we now have Measure F. Measure F does 3 or 4 big things. In Old Town, it sets an overlay over these parking lots that forces any development to have ground floor parking equal to the number of parking units that's already there. So basically a full ground floor of parking, plus probably a second floor. I'm just not used to carbonation anymore. I grew up. No. Plus a second floor probably to accommodate whatever parking is from residents. So out of the potential 5 stories in an Old Town building, we now have 2 that are soaked up with parking. And because it is an open floor structure, it requires a whole bunch more earthquake proofing. So between those 2 big factors, the cost and return of those apartments are going to put them, if a developer wants to do it at all, which nobody does, even if they do, those units, just from the math, would have to be way more expensive than anybody in Eureka can afford. Meanwhile, it in Old Town strikes all of the numbers, right? All of those housing units that were being put toward the state plan, strikes all those numbers and replaces that language with things like a significant number of, or a certain amount of housing units will be, rather than 390 housing units will come from this parking, from this lot. 90 units will come from this. So replaces the language and then includes language so that no general plan in the future can edit that language. So it guarantees that we can no longer respect the housing projections from the state, which is a great way to get the state to put their stamp on your plan. I'll tell you that. Like, hey, fuck you, buddy. Stamp it. No. So next, so that's what happens in Old Town. We lose that housing stock. Plus we just don't, like, we forever have parking lots. That is the intent, that those parking lots will remain forever. Now, this happens to all 23. Right now, there's only 4 on the docket for housing that's being built. Some of them could be converted to other things currently, like some business spaces, some like farm stands, so some sort of, police kiosk, fire maintenance, some public service thing, tiny daycare. I don't know, like a million things could go there, because some of them are like weird little, like, slotted in out of the way parking lots that are never going to be housing. But now they're never going to be anything else if this thing passes. So, right, because that's the overlay that goes on all of the parking lots. It can only be high density residential housing with the parking below it. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, at the Jacobs School campus, it puts an overlay zoning on that lets basically anything that's allowed in downtown and Old Town, including light industrial, heavy commercial, all sorts of like potentially polluting or neighborhood inappropriate businesses, on top of, so it sets 40% of the acreage of that site for housing. Everything else is set for basically downtown zoning, which none of those neighbors want. But tough shit, neighbors, because it also sets aside those uses by right to the developer. So developer no longer has to go through a public planning process. This is a giveaway to out-of-town corporate developers, right? You want whatever chain restaurant there, you want whatever franchise, you want your I don't know, your stink bug business, whatever a developer wants to put there, whether the neighborhood wants it or not, whether there's any public comment or not, it goes because it's by right. Which is why you see that shell game that happened at the Jacobs School campus, right? Because it's currently owned by the school, which means that zoning overlay doesn't matter for beans, right? Because a municipal agency is immune from zoning regulations. They are not beholden to a city's zone, even if it's from an initiative. So the school isn't beholden to it. They were in talks with CHP, the California Highway Patrol, to do a training center, some outposts there. And then suddenly, without any warning, 2 days before a school board meeting, an LLC is created out of nowhere, whose owners will not identify themselves and make a huge offer on the site using a land swap loophole, because they're including $5+ million and one shitty bungalow in the middle of Eureka for staff housing. And I won't even go into all the shade and shell games there. It was a whole bunch of bullshit, but it turns out, surprising no one, that there's every indication that Arkley was behind that LLC specifically.
Has any of that been confirmed? I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh no. Yes. Okay. So it depends on how far you on what you mean by confirmed. Arkley has not said, yes, that was me. However, emails have come to light that through the public records filings have come to light that the people negotiating the deal were under the assumption that they were dealing with Rob Arkley. That's who they were referring to as the party they were negotiating with, through his lawyer, who is on the LLC, right? I mean, all of the responses that came through were from the lawyer, but at no time did the lawyer say, whoa, why do you think what I can't give that information to Rob Arkley. He's not my client in this deal. Right? At no point was there any like, Rob Arkley, what? No, you're dealing with somebody completely different. At no point in the game, like including up to like when is the LLC going to get created? Like they're talking about doing this little Brown Act workaround by getting this on the agenda before or after the deadline when they would have had to give it to the public, so people had as little chance as possible to react to it. And the whole reason is so that he could, one, make it look like or make it true if he actually goes through with the deal, like zoning that area will matter. And two, well, now if that deal went through, and I want to reiterate, it didn't. Thanks, school board, for finally fucking paying attention. Maybe next time answer my first email where I tell you that this is exactly what's going to happen. I'm not a prophet. I just see patterns. Anyway, I'm going to have a long talk with my school board representative. They'll come in the future. But yeah, I call these things in the future. I'm like, if you do this, these will be the effects. And I give myself one I told you so, because otherwise I come off like a dick. If I constantly reminding you, I remember when I said that thing and that thing happened? Remember when I said that thing, you didn't do it, and then your dick fell off, right? Tell them once. So, yeah, the school board did finally end the deal because it became clear that the LLC wasn't going to move on it until after the election, because that would make Arkley the developer who gets the gift of his own initiative, right? Oh, I get to do whatever I want with this land by right and bypass completely any public process. No planning commission, no city council, no pesky neighbors, no silly poor people. And that it's become more and more clear that was part of the big idea, right? Not only to pick that up to make the lie true of like, oh, the zoning will work because it's a private investor, but also then to catch the like, and I get to do whatever the hell I want. But joke's on him, because if that measure passes, he could do whatever he wants anywhere in the city. Because so for all the reasons that I've talked about, including as Miles pointed out in his episode, the fact that if we have to go back and remath our whole housing element to try and like fix the housing that got pulled out of it, there's no way we're going to make our deadline. Right? The deadline is 2027. We've already got a plan in that is the top of the class, and now we're going to burn it and go make a level 1 in the least amount of time possible. Even if we made it in time, what we presented would never fly. So now we're talking about penalties, right? First in the cascade of penalties, because usually, so this is by initiative. Usually, when something fucks up in their housing plan, it's just a city council that's like, hey, and the housing commission is like, hey, you screwed up here, fix it. And they have a certain amount of time to do that. This is an initiative. You can't fix it. You can only fix it with another initiative. So that time will pass if just us shrugging at the housing commission going, sorry, wish we could do something about it. And then the fines begin. They start at $10,000 a month. They go up to $600,000 a month, depending on how egregious it is. But given that there is no chance that we can fix the problem, they're probably not going to be on the low side. This isn't like a little oopsie. This is we took a shit on our housing element and now we're burning it on your desk. Like, what do you think of that state? So like up to $7 million per year, $600,000 a month. In fines, just in fines. And that's not like general fines. Like, we're not washing that with any other California state tax money. That is $7 million per month divided by 26,000 something citizens of Eureka. That is out of our city budget. That's not a small number per year out of my individual pocket. So let's not do that. Also on the list, our entire housing element and probably portions of our general plan will also revert to development by right. Any unusual restrictions on housing or other developments can be waived. So, for instance, that would cure the parking lot requirement on the housing in Old Town. But it's so we would pass a measure, wait for a couple of years until the penalties get bad enough that the penalty can fix the problem, and we'd still pay the fines, right? Because then it's back to by right. So a developer can say, this parking requirement is onerous and I'm not doing it. So I'm just going to create a brutalist Russian-style concrete all-corners structure in the middle of Old Town. Screw your lovely Victorian neighborhood. I'm in it for price per square inch, motherfuckers. And we're stuck with that. right? Because that's we lose agency in our own housing plan. Yeah, it's a whole clusterfuck.
Do you mind if we pause for a sec? I was trying to hold on there. I have to go. I got to take a leak. Can we
No
take 5?
problem. Let's absolutely do it.
Okay, and then we'll pick this up.
Yeah, for sure. In any high pressure situation, I want to have made every decision well ahead of time, right? If this goes wrong in this way, I enact protocol A. If protocol A is blocked in this way, I enact protocol B, right? Because I don't want to have to think up plan B right when I discover that plan A failed. That's the worst possible time.
Well, and man, relationships nowadays, that's one of the things that freaks me out about modern dating. And I don't know how unique this problem is to modern dating, but relationships in the age of Tinder and TikTok and all of these other apps it feels like another beast.
Yeah. I mean, one whole part of it, we talked about the death of privacy. Like, there's no mystique anymore, right? To meet me, you had to go through a profile of me saying like, this is who I am, and this is what I do, and this is what I like, and this is why you should give a shit, and here's the marketing, right? Just to get to point A. I mean, you can still make a connection at a bar, but as soon as she goes to the bathroom, she's fucking Googling you. As well she should, because there's a bunch of shady motherfuckers out there.
Yeah, there are creepy people out there, right?
Right.
Googling's probably a safe bet, just to make sure.
Yeah.
What do we...
Right. Google your name plus child molester. No results. Oh, thank God. Right. And to be fair, it doesn't work for just the ladies. Also, gentlemen, fucking Google your dates.
I went to school. I was going to OSU, and there was a ball player. Absolutely. We got a ton here, too. There was a ball player who, I almost don't want to bring this up because I'm not 100% certain of everything, but without a doubt, there was a ball player who I believe molested his sister, and the guy plays some baseball, supposedly, and he had somehow managed to keep it under wraps, and it came out, I think like mid-season, and just trashed his career. Understandably so.
Right.
But
it's one of those things that it's like,
hard to come back from that.
Yeah.
That's a hard one. When you start doing something like that.
There's a lot of levels fucked up in that one little headline.
But it was crazy to see it play out because he was a good baseball. I mean, I didn't really follow the sports, but I would go to the games. We would, day drink, college stuff. And then to see this play out mid-season where this kid's world just kind of turned upside down for something that he had seemingly buried or moved past in his own life. And then all of a sudden, it's time to pay the piper.
Right. And it is interesting to see that play out in the modern age, specifically because keeping a secret. This day and age,
good luck
about it. Polish those turds, motherfuckers. They're going to get seen.
Well, not just a secret, but something from your past that without a doubt, is not, doesn't paint you in any type of good light. Something that, you would keep with the skeletons in your closet.
Right. And I don't know the specific case.
I don't even know the specifics behind that case.
Because it sounds like came out in college, so it's I'm more likely to extend forgiveness for heinous acts done as a minor. I will say that specifically.
But even with something like that,
kids are fucked up. And usually, like, a lot of fucked up things kids do are in response to fucked up things they've seen, experienced, had done to them. So I just naturally make some assumptions that there's a whole bunch that I don't know about anything that happens to a child. And, I work from there. But yeah, on the face of it, ain't no coming back from that.
I would if memory serves me, and I'm reaching into the back of the bank here, I believe he was a child. Definitely a minor, but I believe a child.
Right.
As this happened.
Probably.
Well, which does call into question, okay, what happened to him? Because a normal child normal, quote unquote, doesn't think to do something like that.
Right. It is not traditional behavior.
Yeah, traditional to say the least.
Excuse me. And again, like, you know, what was modeled to make that choice the choice? Like, that's there's only, especially when there's a child involved, like there's only so much you can get into that head, because the brains aren't done yet. I mean, not to like excuse any adult behavior from minor, you know, like I made some grown up mistakes when I was a kid, but like your brain's not done yet. Your corpus callosum doesn't finish till you're like 23, 25. Like, you just don't have a whole brain. So I mean, you gotta cut some slack, right? After a certain point, no, you fucked up. You're out. Like, you're done, kid. But, you know, where is that line? I mean, right, violence to a child, but then also from a child, where, you know.
Where's the balance in that?
Right.
Like, what does justice look like in that situation?
Right. All the reasons I never want to be a judge.
Well, I mean, how do you, as a judge, especially if you have kids, how do you hear that and maintain any sense of, I'm going to be impartial here? You're a person at the end of the day. You're just a person.
Right. And I would say in less question, like in places without that gray area of a child perpetrator, like it would be much harder for me. Like I could not imagine, especially like, yeah. Like,
well, it's more black and white. If
Yeah.
it's an adult and a child, you can say,
1,000%.
okay, you know what's going to happen here.
Right. We all know what's going on. We all know what needs to go down.
But if it's like an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old,
yeah, then you got to look at like what the fuck is going on in that house. What are the family conditions? What are the other social conditions? What are their, like, what the fuck is going on? Because right, that is, I mean, aberrant behavior comes out of trauma. That is just what we know about brains. Right. I mean, there's some aberrant behavior that does rise out of flat physical biology. Your garden variety sociopaths, psychopaths, whatever. Well, sociopaths come out of trauma. Psychopaths come out of brain structures. From what I've known. But yeah, like, yeah.
it gets gray. It's
Yeah.
a weird gray area because you're taking a child who you instinctively would want to protect and, you know, take care of, and then you're taking this act that is one of the worst things you can do as a person.
Right.
And you're combining the two.
Right.
How do you handle that?
Well, I mean, so the entire point of the horror genre of film and art generally is to explore those pains. And that's why you get like creepy child horror fiction is some of the most effective, right? Because aberrant, potentially violent, adult or hyper mature behavior, precocious behavior in a child is fucking creepy. It hits our buttons of like, this is not how we should. It's almost uncanny valley, right? This is a situation that creates a paradox in my thought.
I wouldn't want to be a judge.
Nope.
That was enough. That thought experiment right there was enough for me.
Nope. I worked on a judge campaign this year, and she was in family court, and she didn't tell me anything specific about her cases, but told me the type of stuff she deals with. And I'm like, nope. I will stick with my job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think some congratulations is in order because you came on prior to that April Van Dyke campaign.
Right. I think the last time I was on, that was part of what we talked about. Yeah, it was. I was not the campaign I thought I was signing on to. I was signing on to a plucky progressive that was bucking the trend and going against an incumbent and trying to call some attention to some issues and maybe get some like restorative justice into the conversation and whatever. And no, then it turns out that like 2 weeks after I signed on, boom, if you hadn't followed any of that, the Judge Christ got an indictment from the California Jurisprudence CJP, California Jurisprudence Panel. I don't remember. Basically, the state group that oversees judges with like, hey, this is 19 specific and damning ways that you fucked up. So that made national news.
Yeah, another hard thing to come back from.
Yeah. And hey, you know what? Fair play. Fuck around, find out. But I'm happy that April was there to catch the windfall. Like, we could have had a lot worse people that had stepped up and said, well, I'm going to try this out, to have caught that when it hit. Right. There could have gone a lot worse. Right. We could have had, I don't know, Reese, that fella. Yeah.
Do you enjoy it? You've been on a few campaigns now. Do you enjoy doing that work?
I mean, most of my jobs are out of town, but doing some matter of campaign, mostly not partisan or electorate. Like usually it's some like social project that I'm campaigning for. But you know, my name is never attached to those. That's just like 3 layers back, you know, pushing buttons and writing white papers. But I do enjoy that part of it, right? I have the luxury to work doing exactly what I love and nothing else. Because it turns out that the thing I love to do and that I'm really good at makes hooker money. Like if you break it down per hour, like the projects that I work on, you know, it's pretty good.
Hooker money.
Like I think I probably make more than I made as a massage therapist, and I made a lot as a massage therapist because I was the sort of therapist that would bill insurance. And I often will compare against that. Like, am I making actual ridiculous, like I feel a little bad about it, amounts of money? Because that's when I was doing structural therapy, I was making like insurance bills for a lot per hour, like almost $300 per hour.
Per hour? Damn.
Yeah, like billed in 15-minute increments. It was good money. But, you know, I was also doing like a very specific and highly trained skill. I feel like now I'm just exploiting how my brain works, and that's fine. Like I found a very natural niche, like, not everybody thinks this way, and everybody needs somebody who thinks this way. So I'll put a price tag on thinking this way. Straight on till morning. But that's part of like how to screech. That's part of how like the Transparent Humboldt Coalition sort of coalesced. There's the first time we talked was the Auditor-Controller election.
Feels like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it?
Right. A couple years. Man, am I your most repeated guest? I haven't checked. Like, I don't know.
Well, that's a good question. I don't actually know.
I've been on like 4 or 5 shows. I don't know. I'm happy to be your time filler whenever you need it. Cut me into 2 episodes. It's great. But during that Auditor-Controller election, all that paperwork that I dumped, all the PRAs that I did, got the attention of several dozen current and former municipal employees that had and have intimate knowledge of things going on inside the county and some of the cities. So that went on for a while. We shared some info. They gave me some things to look into, some records to request. Had some anonymous records requests that we triangulated, or had third parties requests, so that like things came from different angles. And basically, I worked it like a spy network, right? I make use of software tools that I would feel bad using against a person. There's one, like, speaking of the death of privacy, there is one that is specifically like an open source intelligence data scraping tool that is it is the hole where privacy used to be. It scrapes contact information, telephone interactions, like anything that exists on the internet. Most of it you can get for free. It's commercially available. It's terrible. But it's very useful. Like, using it against the government, I don't feel bad. Anything you do to the government, you don't have to feel bad about. So using that to cross-reference various relationships for social data mapping, and then using the sort of AI that was the precursor to ChatGPT, natural language models. And the initial use of that was to track customer and or internal relationships, right? If you made a product launch, you wanted something that could look across all social media and see how many positive words, how many things with some sort of good connotation. So it has to have some understanding of English language and how it's used, and whether somebody is being sarcastic or whether they actually are enjoying the product, and then deliver data about it. Internally, it's used to identify anomalous communication cells. So people who might not actually be working for the benefit of your company, whether it's they are overstressed and burnt out, whether it's they are a plant from another company, whether it's they are mad at their boss and not performing, right? You can track the different interactions they have with different people around them. You can cross-reference that with performance at various tasks, how, different success rates, different, whatever business you're using, whatever metric turnover, how many customers per week they turn to, whatever. And use these tools to be like, oh, we need to have a talk with Mike over in customer service because something weird's happening there. Or, John in tech support is running a second server and it's weird. We think he's running porn on the side on our business servers. But all those different ways to identify and isolate that are pretty cheap. Are definitely commercially available, and most of them have favorable nonprofit rates. So this year, the coalition shifted over into a 501c4, which for those keeping track at home is the bad one. It's the problem. It's the Citizens United issue. It's the one that can do all the dark money shit and all the squidgy things in politics, and basically is the grossest tool in the toolbox. And if it's available to a group of concerned citizens, well, then I'll pick it up. And if they don't want to use it, well, they have to fix the problem. Then I win anyway. Like if we don't want 501c4s to do this, let's overturn Citizens United. I'm for that, and make this not such a problem. But otherwise, like, there's no reporting. It's all anonymous, all because our funding model is everybody invests, every donation becomes an investment into a pool of investments that we shadow members of Congress. So members of Congress are required to disclose their trades. There's plenty of websites that track who's trading what, and what is being disclosed. And it's really interesting how routinely ahead of the market our Congress people are. They're very cagey people. Clearly, we as citizens have chosen correctly with these brilliant financial analysts.
Are you kidding? Nancy Pelosi is just a phenomenal stock trader. That's all. That is all that is.
Her husband does her trades, and I think he's a genius.
Yeah.
She still has to.
Of course he does.
She still has to disclose them, but her husband is the one who pushes the button on the trade, and I think he's a genius.
Yeah,
I think he
clearly
has his finger on the pulse of something to the tune of 20% above the market every year.
They're just a power couple.
Tommy
That's all
Tuberville and Louis Gohmert, the two anchors in every top 5 dumbest congressperson list. Any list, 5 to 15 points ahead of the market every year.
I feel like you're trying to insinuate something here that would be terrible. That's not at all true.
I'm insinuating that I will profit off of their corruption right up until the day that they fucking fix it. And if they want to cut off my funding, they have to fix Congress.
There's a tracker. I think it's called Unusual Whales on X, Twitter, and they follow all of that. And it's fascinating to see just how good, and it's across party lines. It's Republicans, it's Democrats. They're just great at the stock market.
Does have a lot to do with what committees you're on.
Well, only if you look past the surface. I mean, now we're getting into conspiracy theory territory.
Right. That's just crazy. Correlation does not equal causation.
Who cares what committee they're on? It's not like they have insider information or are privy to decisions that are coming down.
How could it be? We live in an airtight.
Everybody's honest.
Can't even say it with a straight face. I 100. So the coalition 100% profits off of that, right? If they see it coming, well, that's fine. I see it coming 10 days later, right? 30 days later, sometimes, depending on the trades, right? That's fine. That's still plenty enough time to magnify donations, and then because of the way 501c4s work, capital gains that are cashed out to fund projects are 100% anonymous. So at no point do I need to identify my donors, right? Because again, a lot of these people have if it came out publicly that they were involved in this sort of activity of basically outing bullshit that the county is doing, their jobs would be in danger. Their livelihood would be in danger. Their social status would be in danger. A lot of their friend circles would be in danger. All of their friends from work. And this gets into our projects that we're going to be working on soon. The standard in Humboldt County for whistleblower treatment, anybody who brings up a problem, the basic protocol from there on out is ice them out, harass them at every turn, and either force them into a different department or out of the county and into a city job or some other place. Get rid of them. Almost universally, we have huge expenditures in our HR settlement funds, and of course, because it's personnel related, you can't find out exactly how much and exactly why any given case was settled out, but you can look at how much department by department everybody's paying out. I'll give you some hints. The CAO's office and the economic development office. It's not great. It's not great. So one of the things that we're actually going to be working on in the next couple of years is putting together, hopefully in concert with the unions, the asked me, like it would need to be with their support and work that we figure out a whistleblower model, a way to get information out, bypassing county with a third party, and get these things handled in an efficient way, right?
Do you have damning information from these whistleblowers?
I mean, apparently we have to. What I learned from the Auditor-Controller fiasco was that my definition of damning seems to be above some other people's thresholds. Because, I mean, already we have like violations of the state constitution with loans that have been put out and maybe put out before the Auditor-Controller's office is back to just rubber stamping anything questionable. There's a huge lag in reporting because the way the requests go in and then get processed. So long story short, yeah, I mean, right, payments to things that have disappeared, like, but the difference is the action that we've taken rather than like try to go out public and go to the news. Apparently nobody fucking cares. So we do what we can to take direct action in one way or another, whether that's reporting to the state, whether that's, bringing it to elected officials, whether that's just like talking to a business owner and saying, hey, what the hell? And seeing if there's an actual just like honest mistake. That happened at least once.
Have you reached out to people from Loco or from the Journal to see if they want to pick up on any of this?
If I had anything that I thought would be fixed that way, I might. Otherwise, I'm happy to contribute to stories before they develop. We'll put it that way.
Okay.
Right. To push things toward the surface.
Don't you feel like getting more eyes on it in some sense would further that goal?
But the way that it happens also matters. The way whose eyes get on it and when and how many, right? Because some of this is the sort of information that people ignore real easy, right? It's money, it's trust funds, it's weird accounting procedures. It's so boring, right? It's necessary in a participatory society for citizens to be able to be on top of this, but we aren't. We can't be. Not everybody can be, right? It's just the reality. So we are, and we're on as much of it as we can be anyway. But that's one of the things we're looking at developing formally is an actual like whistleblower pipeline of a way to have a formal method of facilitating that, whether it involves THC directly or not.
But I mean, historically, it feels like the press has done at least a decent job of amplifying those stories and having there be some outcome because of that. I mean, I'm thinking obviously on a national level, I can't think of any
sometimes
local scale.
Yeah, locally, not as much. Especially, but also nationally, like the nitty gritty stuff isn't sensational, right? What
happened to those
policy details?
Boeing whistleblowers that everybody just forgot about because they all died.
We stopped paying attention because they stuck to fucking astronauts in the space station.
Oh yeah, that's
we forgot about the whistleblowers because they fucked up a new spectacular way.
Yeah, but there's no correlation between the two.
None. Correlation is not causation. It is, however, strong correlation.
I completely forgot about the astronauts. So you just brought that up. I had seen a post the other day about it too.
Yeah, they're not going to be out till February 2025. Way to go, Boeing.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better culmination. They're, allegedly maybe having some disgruntled employees that just happen to die at opportune moments.
Right.
And their planes are having doors to the fuselage just blow off.
Right.
And
the first one had been a whistleblower for years, and weeks before he had told his best friend, if I show up dead, I definitely didn't commit suicide.
Well,
and then he shows up shot in a parking lot.
Well, and the guy that stayed an extra day because the lawyers of Boeing asked him to further his testimony, and he just dies that night after he was planning on going home. They just wanted him to stay another night. They needed a little more information. It was all by the book.
Yep. Yep. A lot of money on that line.
We just do not have the attention span to enact any change on anything of substance.
There's not any one of us does.
But even as a collective,
altogether, we might. Right? If we apportion it, if we apportion our resources well. Right? Here's one of the reasons that personally I support a universal basic income. Is because that frees up whole hordes of people to go volunteer to fix whatever social problem they see in creative and supported ways, because they now have the time and the effort. Like, speaking of the Transparent Humboldt Coalition, one of the big things that they've given me as a director is paid volunteer time. So in a volunteer thing, that it's one thing that businesses have the option to do. Most of them don't, but they in a specific list of volunteer activities, I am paid my contract rate if I go to volunteer for certain things as per the company's values. And if you own a company, do that for your employees. But that allows me to then go, right, because that is just how you help your employees be fulfilled as human beings, is they're going out and being the change they want to see in the world. So the ability to get citizens out and doing that, and here's where I will accidentally segue into another project that we're looking at. For instance, civil grand juries that have a whole host of investigative powers to look at internal processes in local governments, and are supposed to be representative of the citizenry. But they pay $15 a day. So nobody who can afford to go be on a civil grand jury for the several months of several, I want to say 15 or 20 hours a week, like a pretty a sizable chunk of time commitment. Nobody with a normal life can afford to go do that. Nobody with a job and or children or, something going on, you end up with affluent or retired. Those are your pools, and that's not representative of the population. So another thing that we want to do with fundraise toward is specifically to find a way, someone we can partner with to provide stipends for grand juries, to basically okay, so a working human being, maybe we're not going to compensate their whole wage, but we're at least going to feed them. We're going to make sure that they're not losing money on the proposition. They're not going broke by serving their city or their county, right? By actually participating in being a citizen, right? It shouldn't be a life-breaking sacrifice, right? It shouldn't be I have to give up my car and maybe my home because I'm now several $100 behind on all my bills. So, finding ways to help citizens participate in local government specifically is one of the goals of what we want to do, and that is one achievable way that we can do it, especially if we do some clever fundraising.
What does that partnership look like? I mean, what direction are you guys trying to go?
I mean, we haven't had any bites yet, but there are various nonprofits and other organizations around supporting the grand jury process. And ideally, we'd get one of them involved. Like, we try not to do anything just us. Right? We want to support other causes or find things that other people are already doing and push that forward. If we have creative and unique ways of pushing the ball forward, then we want to join resources with folks that have a deeper contact list than us, or more state pull if it's that kind of thing. Whatever the project entails. It's just generally good praxis to get people together. And if you can't convince anybody to come along and help you with the project, you might be fucking up. If everybody says, "No, man, like here are the reasons that I can't get behind that," and it's usually the same, you might be fucking up. So that's also useful too.
Do you guys have a project in mind that you wish that they would investigate with the power that they have? If the partnership pans out and you can get a different lifeblood on the grand jury?
Well, we wouldn't be able to dictate anything.
Yeah, obviously you can't influence.
But I think there is a citizen process to submit things to a grand jury to be investigated.
But what was the interest for the pivot for that direction of the coalition? Why focus on the grand jury initially?
Partly because it's an important piece of civic infrastructure just in general. And it has failed us a couple of times now, just recently. So it drew specifically our attention.
What was that?
Well, I mean, if you want to go back all the way to the formation, like in the Auditor-Controller's race with Paz Dominguez and Cheryl, the grand jury came out with a half-baked release on the processes of the audit, specifically timed, outside of grand jury tradition. Right? Specifically, grand juries don't do releases during electoral periods, right? During a certain amount of time before an election. And they specifically violated that tradition in service of the Old Boys Network. So now civil grand juries can't serve consecutively, but you do find a lot of the same people popping up every 2 years. It's because there's a very limited pool. They're always begging the community for more people to step up, right? And part of the reason we believe that they don't is that it's $15 a day. Come on.
Yeah, it's not that strong of a motivator.
Right. I mean, you can't eat civic pride. If you could, go for it, right? If you can somehow sustain your family on just pure civic pride, absolutely go do it. But otherwise, we want to try and help at least some regular people get on these panels. And there's a whole lot of other committees and things that the county and various cities run that also have. They don't have as big a time commitment generally, but also pay nothing or some just pittance that because of that don't really draw a full range of the people who are affected by the decisions that are made by that committee. So,
yeah, the Auditor-Controller race was an interesting time.
Wasn't it though?
I think that's actually how we came into contact.
Yeah. That was the first episode we did.
I have not checked to see how she's doing. I think she's kind of laying low. Maybe. Or maybe she's just out living her life.
From what I know, mostly that. I mean, she remains an accountant. She was always an excellent accountant. From what I know, that continues to be, she's got a family. She's got no public responsibilities now.
She's not under the microscope.
Right. She's not actively being harassed during her for doing her job, or, made to have a hostile workplace environment by our CAO's office, for instance.
Why do you think that panned out the way that it did?
Which part?
The final result. Cheryl actually winning and stepping in.
Sustained battery of a specific message, plus, I believe, an amount of manipulation from the CAO's office. Not in any point like thumb on the scales of the electorate, like nothing like that, but like creating a situation within the county work infrastructure who all vote that was hostile to Karen. Like up to and including attempting to recruit candidates to run against her. At least one of whom did, from like recruited by the CAO's office. That's Michael, who is now, as I understand it, the deputy auditor-controller, a position created specifically for him. It did not exist at the time that he stepped aside and endorsed Cheryl.
I think you need to take off the tinfoil hat there, Thomas.
I mean, I would if I didn't keep getting proven right.
What does the CAO's office have to gain from all of this? If you were to be a newly found skeptic.
I mean, it's nothing complicated. It's control and ego. That's it. It's nothing sophisticated. It's nothing complicated. They don't like having their methods questioned, even if their methods are the reason that our county budget has evaporated and we have less than a fucking year of budget left, for instance.
But at least nobody's talking about the Auditor-Controller's office.
Yeah, boy. Oh, the vibes are much better. Right? Because that was the problem. The problem was the feeling. No, the problem was that we're doing it wrong and it's costing us a shit ton of money. So that went how that went. And that I think is why. Specifically, there was what I would say is an illegal influence that was put behind the scenes in county offices to smear Karen, and that was a large amount of the vote. And then a lot of it was that they started her opposition started way early, and by the time, like, I think I mentioned it at the time, like, she's an excellent accountant. She's not a great politician. Like, by the time she read the writing on the wall, the poem was already written. Like, it was a done deal. Right? I mean, you do as much as possible to, like, try and elevate the fact that, like, what she's saying is factually correct. Everything that all of these things that are the problem is not that she was saying them. The problem is that they were true.
Well, I guess to touch back on the idea of getting the local press involved, reading what they had written during that time and then actually sitting down with Karen and talking with her was almost like a fever dream, the difference between the two.
Mm-hmm. We talked a little bit about it then, like access journalism, kind of failings of investigative journalism. And I will say, like, there have been some small measure of improvement since then, since our first conversation then. Like, Izzy Vanderhayden does great work.
I had her on the podcast.
Oh, yeah?
Early into it, yeah.
Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to go look that one up. She does great work. Right? She's insightful. She actually, like, digs for some questions. The North Coast Journal has, I mean, sometimes they're so good. And then sometimes, I mean, they have long stretches of meh. And then, like, bam, like one big firework. You never know if it's going to happen again. Right? They'll find, like, some interesting angle, like they did with Measure F. They really dug into something, and I will say that they are, of the local papers, they're the ones who are most likely to like stick to their guns and like pull out lawyers and give fingers when they run into a roadblock. Right. So got to admire that piece at least. So yeah.
The problem is just when they choose to use it and when they don't.
They have such limited resources. They're not an online blog. They're not pushing for daily content. So they do have the time to develop the story a little, but also that time lag between pieces means they can only have limited amount of impact in our day-to-day 24-hour news cycle world, right? People will have forgotten about it in 2 months. Right. We also have some success getting attention from, like, Cal Matters. Right. We do show up on their radar every once in a while. Again, they covered Measure F. Various other things get covered, and it's good to have that, like, outside view. Right. It's why we go to therapy, because it's good to have a third party perspective on your fucking behavior. But they don't always know the ins and outs of, like, the who and what that goes on in the way the local shop will. Yeah, that's.
Have you considered? I mean, what do you weigh when you consider going with them with some of the information that you have dug out? Do you do, like, a cost-benefit analysis of burning a source and the repercussions that might fall on them versus, you mentioned the eyes, and it matters whose eyes fall on a piece.
Yeah. I mean, first and foremost, and it's written right in our bylaws, at no point do sources get burned. Like, I am very careful to make sure that none of the actions taken by the coalition could tip that hand. So some things we sit on for a while, because if it happened immediately, obviously it had to come from this one desk or something. But those decisions are always made case by case, right? And that is pretty much the first consideration. Like, am I going to fuck this person's life up? No? Okay. And then collectively, generally, we decide on what to act on, like, and how to do it. There's a communication network, like, give what information is needed. Should we act? What stance should we take? What method should we take? And again, now that we've swapped over into 501c4, our options are different. As far as, like, what that range of options is. Not much has changed materially. We've really just gained options, right? We can now lobby, which has its own thing. We can back candidates. We can run public information campaigns in ways that you couldn't as a loose association of citizens or an investment club, which is kind of how we had treated ourselves, although we hadn't incorporated. But because we had just all chipped in on an investment in congressional corruption. That's a dice roll that never craps out. You can bet congressional corruption all day, and you will always hit that win. But yeah, so we incorporated like as a 501c4 to gain some more of those options. But as far as like when to go public, so if there's no danger to anybody, the next question is there an authority that it should just go to first? Like, can we just cut off the part where there needs to be a public outcry? Can we quietly just nip this one in the bud with some other authority figure that, if they had this information, would be obliged to do something about it? Sometimes, yeah. If not, if there's not an obvious line of duty or line of care, or if that line is like in the county line and that's the problem, then it's a matter of how much explaining would I have to do to make people understand why this is a problem, right? Because that ends up having to be a cost expenditure now for a nonprofit. How much marketing versus how much impact, like, that becomes a cost benefit analysis. And then if something does need to go to the press, the next question is, does it need to come from us? Would it have more impact from another source? Because I like to stay quiet. I don't need credit for anything. It's amazing how much you can get done if you don't care who gets the credit for it.
I'm pretty sure that's come up on the podcast a few times too.
It's, it's one of the secrets to my success. I don't mind not taking credit. That's fine. Whatever, as long as the job gets done. That's the important piece, right? I will be the anonymous benefactor. I will be the one who fixed all the edits at 2 a.m. in the morning, didn't put my name on anything, but you're welcome. Right? I mean, since I was in school, I've been the guy that got paid to do other people's homework and let them put their name on it. I'm fine with that.
You definitely have a certain amount of freedom if you're willing to work from the shadows like that and not put yourself out there to receive the credit.
Because it's never about my ego. Right? I don't need the glory. If I needed more glory, I'd build a kinetic machine and go race it once a year. That's how you get glory here. Everything else is just getting the mission accomplished, getting the goal done. And I don't know, a lot of people lose sight of that in their ego. Like in any project, I have joked before that like part of my job as a strategic consultant is to walk in and slap out any egos that are in the way, right? It's not personal. You've just wrapped some of your ego around this problem, and it's stuck. So get your ego off of it, and it will clear right up. But that's the super advantage of being like the third party consultant that comes in and is just that guy in the meeting room. Like, explain to me what it is you do.
Do you feel like any hard change has come out of any of what the work has produced from the coalition that you guys could point to? Or is it just a gradual shifting?
anything that we plan to take credit for has been taken credit for. We have publicly moved on Measure F, like the public information campaign on that. We're happy to take credit for the needle keeping moving there, people keeping abreast of the facts. We've arranged several pieces. Like I specifically got a hold of Cal Matters. I mentioned like they covered part of that because there was there's an investigative reporter here from a couple of years back that I really miss. He's gone off to do great investigative reporting in other bigger markets. But tapped him for like, hey, who works this specific beat? Who's the housing geek in California, California journalism, and got in touch with a couple of people, and that kind of thing.
Who was the journalist?
That was Ben Christopher. He did a piece with Cal Matters. Did very, very well balanced piece. Talked to everybody involved. Hit all the highlights. Did actually kind of a two-parter because he talked about not just our specific thing, but like how ballot initiatives are being used in various NIMBY measures across the state. Used ours as an example of like, because we're sort of, again, I think when I talked about this before, like it's sort of pioneering a blazing new trail in the fuck the state mentality of like, hey, we don't want to follow these housing rules, and he wrote about that a little bit. It's one of the state pieces that came out on the topic.
Who was the journalist that you liked that was from here?
Well, like I say, Izzy Vanderhooten
is the one that you reached out to get the Cal Matters name.
That fellow was Matt Drange. He's just recently did a whole giant expose on how his hometown school was housing a child predator as a school counselor.
Whoa.
Right. Got a bunch of awards, like helped spark sort of his method sort of gave other folks, as I understand it, kind of a blueprint way to do more of that investigative journalism. So like, yeah, good guy. But also knows which, cause I know a dozen cannabis journalists, but I didn't have a housing guy in my Rolodex. So, called around.
Yeah. Now you do.
Right.
Yeah, the problem with journalism today is you just have to find a good journalist that you trust. Izzy's great, local. Right.
And so there are a few really good organizations that I still trust. Cal Matters does really good work. ProPublica is one of the organizations. I look for nonprofit investigative organizations, or nonprofit organizations that go for specific like niches, because that's where you find the expert specialists these days. So I like that. But ProPublica, very broad, partners with local journalists a lot, so they'll go and connect with somebody that's on the ground and amplify the story and, give them more research ability, resources and things.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but Kim Kemp started Loco, right? Did I make that up? I feel like I heard that somewhere, but
I know
did she used to write for them?
I think she's been affiliated with it. Yeah, I think she wrote for it. I don't know if she started. I can neither confirm nor deny.
I might have just made that up.
Right.
Drawn a connection there.
But I will say she also does great work.
Red and a Black Belt.
Yeah, of local organizations. One of her freelancers that she works with, Ryan Hudson, specifically, is an excellent reporter.
I've had Ryan on the podcast too.
I've seen her.
Great.
I've seen her episode. She's incredibly talented. She's smart. She gets all the angles. She's also a good photographer. She's got a legal mind. She's great.
We have great people doing work. It's just, what beat you put them on. and how much free reign you give them.
Right.
That's why I like Substack. I feel like that is a great avenue. I mean, I would imagine it's hard to start out in that as an emerging journalist.
Yeah. I mean, any of that crowdsourced stuff.
No, you can keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, any of that crowdsourced stuff, you do run into that. Like, you have to then be your own branding and marketing department. And who the fuck wants to do that? There's, you have to be able to afford a social media manager. It's a whole thing.
But if you are established, great avenue. If you already have a base that knows your work, is familiar with you, willing to make the jump.
Yeah. And if what you love doing is crunching out relevant current events content on a deadline, researching whatever thing. Yeah. And again, like working with some of those investigative nonprofits, also can kind of like build that portfolio and you find, get them on Twitter.
Have you heard of
journalism's a different world. Sorry, who?
Stephen St. Thomas?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's got 3 Substacks, I believe. He's been on the podcast a couple times. He was on the other day or Wednesday, and we were talking about the Josiah Lawson case. He did like a 5-part sort of expose on that.
Oh, yes.
The Humboldt Zag, I think, is the Substack he published that on.
That's the that's the one I'm familiar with. Yes, I know who you're talking about. Have followed that story.
Crazy case.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of failures all around on that.
Yeah, he did a great job. He kind of broke it all down on the podcast. And it was, it's insane to hear that and recognize that it took place in 2017. And we're still here today. Small town, gotta love it.
Yep. And hey, on the upside, it's a big deal because it is not as common an occurrence here as if, say, I was living in the Bay or anywhere in Texas, any urban Texas center or, various other places where that would have just been like this week's party stabbing, right?
Which for people that don't know, it was a college student that was stabbed. Steven's podcast will be out right before this one, so just go back and you'll hear it.
Yep. And there's by the time you read this, the blog will already have been several weeks or months old. I don't know what your lag time is, but go read that too. Like, it's interesting. Josiah's mother still has a website up. Holds routine, events pretty regularly.
I got to get her on the podcast. It'd be interesting to talk to her.
Mm.
That's kind of one of those tricky subjects, though, because hey, do you want to come talk about what happened to your son? Like,
she might, though. She's been a warrior about it. She goes out and talks publicly and lays it out. Like, that's part of, like, I admire that about her. She's gone out and demanded, like, what the fuck? Like, find out what happened to my son. Get there's no reason that this shouldn't be, like, handled. And the longer it goes from the event, less hopeful I get for effective resolution. But,
what's the length of time that it takes for a case to go cold, be considered a cold case?
Do not have that information.
It's a great question.
Right.
Thank you. That's
stumped me. Great job.
That's what I'm here to do. That's my whole role here. Just throw out zingers. I'm pretty sure that's probably considered a cold case. I feel like Steve called that a cold case.
It probably fits.
I can't imagine there's a lot of new information coming out.
Right. It's essentially, which is unfortunate. I mean, yeah, everybody involved. Fucked up.
Crazy that you just so many people there for that to go down and nobody to come forward. But who knows what was going on and who was under what substance, the influence of what substance and what.
Right.
Who's afraid to come out.
And also, like, a real quick close quarters stabbing isn't always easy to spot. Like, if people are dancing and there's movement going around, and like, I wasn't there, but like, sometimes by the time it registers, the entire scene has changed, and eyewitnesses are notoriously, like
early in the morning.
Like, I can see why there were a lot of people that didn't really feel like they knew what they saw, but yeah, it's weird that there was nobody. And if there was nobody, or just nobody that was willing to incriminate themselves or their friends. And I mean, in the movie version, in 30 years, that guy runs for political office and it becomes a whole entry. But in the real life version, I don't know if that kid's ever going to get real justice. I don't know.
And how often does that happen throughout the country? Just these unsolved murders, or even if
oh Jesus, daily. That's like across the country. Yeah, I mean, police don't solve cases,
and that's somebody's kid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, what's the case close rate? Is something like 30%
nationally?
I feel 70% sure that was the last statistic I heard, of about a 30% case close rate on, any case.
It's not great.
No.
30% is pretty.
Doesn't get you on the baseball team. Yeah, it's responding to and recording crimes.
I talked to a cop one time, and he told me that their job, I'm going to butcher this. What did he say? Their job is not to prevent crime. It's to respond to crime.
And they have no lawful duty of care. They are not legally bound to give a fuck about your life or your safety. And they are immune from pretty much anything they do while they have a badge on. It's fucking insane. Yeah, I'm for cops doing a lot less in society, right? It's still, emergency response is an important piece of society, especially in dangerous situations that very occasionally might call for a gun. Then you need a trained weapon user. That is not what we are using cops for.
Trained weapon user is kind of an interesting way to phrase that.
I know. I'm a geek. Right? Because that is what makes cops unique as an emergency response, is they have a weapon, right? They are the ones who should respond when a weapon is what is needed, right? Which is not when a person is having a mental breakdown. Not the tool for the job. We see it over and over again.
A big wake-up call for me was watching Uvalde and seeing the aftermath of that. And you hear the details of that case. That's another thing that just got memory hold, and people completely disregarded everything from that. When you hear a cop say, if that was my kid in there, I wouldn't be waiting outside, you realize, listen, I support the police. I support good policing and good cops. But you hear that, and I don't know how, if you're a rational person, you say, oh yeah, the cops are going to protect me. I'm going to place my money on the cops.
Mm-hmm. I have a better chance of the cops protecting me because I look like this, though. However, yeah, there's no duty of care. There's no responsibility to protect. I mean, you see what they protect, and you find out what they serve. I'm also for good cops, but here's the problem. Good cops call out bad cops, and then they aren't cops anymore. And so I know that anybody that's still a cop is behind the thin blue line and knows who the shitty cops are and hasn't said shit. And that is the problem with the current status quo. No single officer is responsible for that problem up and down the architecture. But it is a problem.
I think there's a group mentality that is at play there that can be co-opted in some sense. I mean, if you're pulling over a car and you're doing this every day, and you don't know if somebody's going to lean out the side of that car and start shooting at you as you're walking up to them, that the mindset and the state that you get put in from dealing with that day in and day out. I mean, you have to have PTSD. There has to be a ripple effect of that just affecting every aspect of your life when you put on that badge.
It's a spike in tension every single time. I'm certain of it. Part of the problem, though, is we've also hyper-focused a lot of the training on violent and escalatory response to any tense situation. And given that they are that when you make that instinctual, it becomes more prone to bias than a thought out de-escalatory response. Carbonation every time. You end up with problematic situations, right? You end up with all the things that make all the other cops go, right? Because I know that there are ones that just suffer through it because at the end of the day, they believe that they themselves, and they're probably right, are doing more good than harm by going out and faithfully performing their duty and putting blinders on about the guy in the other patrol car who you know is doing some shit. Right? And I get that mentality. I can't it's hard for me to really I can empathize with that. I get it. Right? But when the biggest problem, and in some neighborhoods it is, when the biggest problem is that guy in the other patrol car, as the citizen that's supposed to be on the protect and serve list, I'd really like some attention paid internally.
Do you think that AI will be a solution to this? That as we get more advanced on this path, if we started to implement some sort of artificial intelligence robotic police force. Have you ever seen Chappie, that movie?
We could already have done it if we were going to do it. Oh, you mean full on roboticism?
I mean like a Tesla robot with an artificial intelligence installed in it.
I mean, you can't give a robot a kill button. You just can't. It's the worst idea.
What if it was just a subdue button?
But a pursue and record. Okay, I could get behind.
What about a non-lethal restraint? So you're just subduing an individual, holding them until
there's only ever less lethal. There's only ever less lethal. If it's a taser, you don't know if they have a pacemaker. If it's a net, you don't know if it's an old man that's going to brain himself on the curb. There's only ever less lethal, less likely to be lethal. But I mean, I know that it's going to go that way.
That's the crazy part, right?
So I guess I only get one vote, and I guess it's no, but I know I don't actually get a direct vote on that.
It's going to be iRobot.
Wikiocracy.
That's what it's going to be.
Can you imagine somewhere where you get to vote on every single directive, every single official action, every single thing, just full wikiocracy.
I don't think we'll ever have that.
Well, I mean, it's pure anarchy. That's exactly what a pure anarchist state would be. Like, since, hey, my haters, let's talk about anarchy for a minute. Sorry. Just because I know they're going to watch this.
The problem is you have a lot of dumb people that vote. And this is coming from probably a dumb person. It's
always been the weakness of democracy, right? I mean,
but imagine if you took the training wheels off and every vote really mattered.
If it mattered, they wouldn't let you do it.
Some say they don't matter right now,
right? I mean, on the local level, it definitely does. Like, a lot of these city and county races get decided by a couple hundred votes. Like, it's literally you and your friends could swing it from 80 one way to 80 another way. You and the social media crowd that you share a post to could actually swing an election. On a national level, I mean, there's a lot that needs to get fixed about how our national politics work.
What do you make of voter fraud? Does it happen? Does it not happen?
Nearly non-existent.
What does nearly mean?
I'm not saying it means there are absolutely cases of it happening. The number of times that it happens versus the amount of times that it doesn't is a drop in the ocean, literally. Like, and there are almost no ways to do it undetected. The amount that gets caught is probably the number of times that it happens, or at least statistically close to 100%.
You think the system has that much of a hit rate?
Yes, largely. Like, state by state, I'd have to look, but as a whole, as a unified whole across the nation, yeah, I think so. Right, most of the processes are well overseen and have checkpoints at multiple different layers to make sure there's no fraud or abuse specifically within the system. And the times that it does, like, the things you have to do are brazen enough that it gets caught.
Do you think it occurs at any level great enough to influence an election?
No. Most of the times that it happens, it's somebody like going into a district, like voting in a place they don't live to try and get their buddy elected or something like that. Like, that's most of the voter election fraud. Now, if we're talking abuse of dark money to influence elections, to influence the actual thumb that is making the legal vote, right? Because you're talking about, like, once the vote is cast, flipping that vote or adding some votes, right? That kind of thing. That happens almost not at all. Most of what happens is dumping huge amounts of money to tell very sophisticated lies in order to make the thumb that pushes the button the weak point in the chain.
I think that's far easier for people to accept, though. I mean, I think most people accept that even 90% of what their politician is telling them is not true. I had this guy on from Bridgeport, Connecticut. He was a lawyer, and he was working on a case of election fraud. And he broke it down, and it was a great podcast. People should go check it out. In Bridgeport, I can't think of his name, otherwise I would plug it. Bridgeport, largest city in Connecticut. Election fraud is just a known quantity and has been going on for decades. And it's known that if you want to win, you're going to have to play the game. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance.
There are certainly anomalous places like that. Chicago, and Illinois State, is well known.
But anomalous meaning what? I mean, are these just the ones that we know about?
I mean that there are systems, there are places with systems in place to facilitate something like that, right? The remnants of old machines. Are they known in the community and to the people around? Sure. Are they prosecuted? Boy, I wish. Right? I suppose, there's places like that. I would say that the vast majority, especially of normal size towns and small cities, it certainly doesn't have the problem. But there's.
But it raises the question of what. Is it an anomaly? I don't think so. I think I would be hard pressed to say that. But is it the norm? No.
Because
the question is at what rate are these occurrences happening and people just aren't aware?
Well, if we're talking about things like, again, flipping the votes after
this is hard voter fraud. This is not buying ads.
But if we're talking about
opinion.
talking to somebody and they deliver you X amount of voters, that's, I'd have to look more into Bridgeport's fair political practices.
You should check it out. And it was so bad that the judge looking over the case was shocked. He said he couldn't believe it. They had videos of voter fraud occurring at these ballot boxes, and he was just, I can't think of the direct quote, but just could not believe it.
People coming in and
we're talking
double
decades.
voting or paid voting, or
people taking ballots from, I think it was a nursing home or something. That might have been speculative for that, but definitely grabbing ballots. There was a case of a Vietnamese woman maybe going to friends and other people in the community and just filling out their ballots.
Okay, so
but fraud technically.
Yeah, when we're because then I would talk about it again within the thumb on the scale. The person you're going to someone who is,
but that's harder than the thumb on the scale from a payment standpoint of running ads. That's a separate thing. That's you manipulating somebody's vote.
And again, that is a remnant of our old machine style politics that used to be just the way that was the definition of democracy. That was the way voting got done. We've come a long way since then, but that sort of voter fraud, not necessarily the hacking the actual vote or going in and fucking with ballots after the fact, but collecting the votes in a suspicious way, that does happen. And
that's more than collecting the votes in a suspicious way. That's stealing somebody's vote. That's casting a vote for somebody else.
Yeah, that's sure, because there's what you described, going to a nursing home and filling it out for some old person and having them weekly sign it. That that's in a perfect world, that would be a nice volunteer going and helping a nice elderly person participate in the process. In a world, but that is not the only world that exists where that would happen. I could absolutely see that being suspicious.
Have you ever seen Hacking Democracy? It was an HBO movie from back in the day.
I feel like I might have caught that one. Sounds familiar. Tell me more.
Essentially, they followed this lady who proved that the Diebel machines could be hacked. and that you could change the vote in our voting machines. And it was
sure.
a huge case.
I mean, DEF CON does that every year. every DEF CON, like, voting machines are part of the, like, hacking competitions. Like, here is this company's voting machine. How quick can you hack it? 2 seconds? Oh, well, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Next. Like, right. But most of that is physical access. But any machine is vulnerable. That
doesn't worry you, knowing that and thinking, man.
I think there are steps to be made to check it. And the fact that they go to DEF CON every year and say, come at me, bro. And then they have 10,000 use cases of here's all the ways we failed. That's good practice. But I mean,
let me throw this.
I prefer hand-marked paper ballots.
Let's go down this rabbit hole.
At the end of the day, that is the best, the best, most secure method. But I understand why state and local governments are not going that way, even if I disagree.
Let me riddle you this. Taiwan, and somebody should fact check this because I just read a brief portion of the article.
All right, I'll see.
So take that
Taiwan,
with a grain of salt.
Let's see. What do I know about Taiwan?
Taiwan, obviously, because they're afraid of Chinese influence in their elections, only do same-day voting. Paper ballots, obviously.
Much smaller, much lower surface area. Right?
But still, I think there are some states in South America that also do same-day paper ballots and manage to count them and release them to the public in a timely manner.
Same. But much smaller.
You don't think we could implement something like that here, though?
I think Kansas and Oklahoma and Wyoming and Nebraska and South Dakota and all the states with a lot of distance but not a lot of people could manage it. I think California could not. I think any of the eastern seaboard states with large cities, multiple large cities, could not. But
it's just a scale issue. If you pay enough people where you have a surplus of people who are going to count the votes, then you've solved the issue. So what is the ratio you need of people voting to people checking the votes? We're going back to your $15 a day thing.
Certainly more than the government's willing to pay.
But it's feasible. I mean, even just to assuage fears of voter fraud or anything, why don't we just do that? Make everything paper.
Cost. I mean, that.
Do you think that's what it is?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, people believe that it's secure enough, by and large, at least the people who make the decisions. And what I prefer is not always what fucking gets done in democracy. That's how I know it's democracy. You know, if anybody ever gets everything they want, that's how you know they're cheating.
That's an interesting way to phrase it, though. The people in charge believe that it's not that much of an issue.
Yeah. I mean, the people that make the decisions on how those contracts get chosen. Yeah. Right? How those methods get made.
Do you think people have concern?
Here locally, it's a hand-marked paper ballot. That's great.
Yeah, but you could do vote by mail still, which introduces some factor of potential fraud.
Maybe. I mean, certainly more mistake, but a higher level of enfranchisement across the community I would say outweighs that potential with the security measures in place. Like the amount of extra voters that we be able to reach, because traditionally we have had abysmal voter turnout, and since mail-in voting has been a thing, it has significantly increased. I mean, it's still not fantastic. We could could sure do a lot more outreach. I think this election cycle, we are going to see a lot of excitement. With the recent stuff in national races, and every time there's a presidential race, ends up being a whole lot more voter turnout. Yeah, a lot more. Let's just call it a baseline level of passion on the sides of both Team Red and Team Blue.
There are it's not an insignificant amount of people that would not vote if they couldn't vote by mail. I mean, you have to take that into account. A lot of people are just voting because ease of access.
Yeah. Yeah. Or, or there's less chance their vote would have been counted. If they wanted to vote, they'd have gotten there late, or, oh, what's that?
You want a little of this? This is vodka. This is what I've been sipping on here.
Well, as long as it's clear.
I gotta
Brown
get another.
liquor gets me in trouble. Clear liquor, no problem.
Tell me when.
That's good.
We gotta restock the gin now.
Paint thinner.
It's Tito's. It's actually pretty good. I've got Humboldt vodka over there that I'm a fan of.
Humboldt Distillery does good work. Like, I don't drink very much and very often, but I do like to spend $1 locally, and
pretty good.
Like they did a local gin too, right up my alley.
I haven't tried their gin.
It's not bad. It's good gin.
We're just doing a recap of all the podcast guests I've had, I guess, today, but I had Abe Stevens on, who runs Humboldt Distillery.
Oh,
interesting guy.
cool.
Poker player. Was huge into poker. Making a lot of money.
Cool. Hey, if you ever want to get a poker game, I'm trying to get one together.
I was thinking of doing
just like
I'm
a
putting this out on
like
the
fucking Nicolani. Like, yeah, hey, if anybody wants to join our poker game, it's official now. We're doing a poker game.
I was thinking of doing a weekly, or I don't know, bi-weekly or something, poker podcast where we get in here, drink, smoke some cigars, do a podcast.
Hell yeah.
And play poker.
So I'm not going to tip the scale on too much of what fun surprises the coalition has for some of our fundraising plans, but I will say the coalition has decided that it is a good idea for the public to be able to see people in positions of power lie, like in poker. Get some city officials. I know you've got some strings with guests. Yeah, get them in for a poker game.
Would be interesting to see some people play poker.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to learn. I don't actually know how to play poker. But
oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
That
is the little caveat.
How did you get a beard? Did you buy that at the store? You don't know how to play poker?
Yeah, I threw that out on the podcast. Yeah, but I'm going to learn. Maybe at one of those poker nights.
Yeah. Gonna learn real fast.
Gonna have to.
Right? I mean, it's a pretty simple game to learn. But, I mean, so you play percentages, or you play the people, or you play a little of both. That's the fun part of poker. Like, I have a lot of fun being really infuriating and just like not looking at my cards and playing against the people at the table blind. I'm kind of a dick to play poker with, and I'm sorry in advance, because we're gonna do it. It's gonna happen.
We're doing it,
right?
We're gonna
absolutely,
do it.
Absolutely. I've been trying to get a poker night together for a while now, but yeah, it's fun to play for like, and I gamble to lose. Like I always just assume it's money spent at the table to play the game, and the game is fun. That's how I don't get a gambling problem, is I spend money to play. And when the money is spent, it's just like, a video arcade. Oh, I put all the tokens in, I play through all my tokens, and I walk away from the machine. But yeah, like, quarter ante, nickel ante, whatever, low stakes game. And hey, if you're going to do it as a podcast, yeah, get some local luminaries to come and lie on a camera.
Yeah, you'd have to do quarters, because you wouldn't want people to get too psychotically invested.
Yeah. Penny ante, nickel ante, like it's
or pennies or something.
Yeah.
Some low stakes where you're still invested, but it's also not.
Right.
You're not going to lose your mind if you walk out of here and you're lost all night.
Right. Nobody's going to walk out and be like,
me.
I'm going to lose my car.
Yeah. Yeah. How am I going to make my house payment this month?
Shit. I need to go pack some bags.
But it'd be a fun way to just talk shit. And yeah, if you brought on some politicians or something to kind of see how they interact.
Right. And not for nothing, as psychedelics are becoming more and more available and legal, poker on mushrooms, superpowers, man.
What do you make of the whole psychedelic push? I know that Arcata decriminalized, Eureka decriminalized.
I'm for it. First off, fuck the government for saying what I put in my body.
My body, my choice.
Fucking mine. Everything inside this skin, my domain. You don't get shit. Regulating how it is grown, manufactured, and sold. Okay. Public safety. I get it. Fine. Unregulated capitalists would just feed me roaches. I get it. Human nature. As far as experimenting, kids, don't do it. Adults, it's your fucking body and your fucking brain. And I have, surprising no one, I'm sure, I have been a psychonaut at times, and delved mostly deeply into psilocybin. I think it's a great way to encourage neuroplasticity, open up creative paths of thinking, potentially process emotions and patterns of thought. I would say it's not recreational, and it's not always fun, but I have found them to be useful in my life.
One of the things that's interesting about people that are interested in the field, I suppose, and have not participated, is that you hear that it's not always a good trip. And you kind of think, yeah, but it'll be fine. I'm not going to worry about that. It's not going to be an issue.
I mean, I don't know what your experiences have been. There are bad trips and then there are bad trips. I mean, it is also part of like why, especially with synthetic and laboratory sorts of drugs that have psychedelic effects, I understand why it is recommended that a psychiatric professional accompany you. Right. Same with like ketamine or things like that, ketamine clinics, things like that. You should have someone there to work you through whatever's going on. Because a bad trip is mostly just like you bumping into a spot in your brain that you put something that you didn't want to think about anymore for a lot of reasons. A lot of people have shit going on. And psychedelic use can bring that out. And that's part of why it's helpful, as I understand it. Not a doctor, not a psychiatrist. No, this is medical advice. I read a lot. Hyperlexic means I compulsively read. It's part of my special suite of autism was if there is a word, I have to put it in my brain. I can't help it. Backs of shampoo bottles, everything goes in. Just a dumping ground.
I had the head doctor on for the Center for New Growth, Humboldt Center for New Growth, the ketamine clinic.
Okay.
I want to say, I am terrible with names tonight. I think her name is Dr. Kathy Griffin, maybe. Great. And what they're doing there is incredible. I mean, the research on ketamine, especially for depression.
Yeah, for deep depression.
Is insane. Yeah. I mean, it seems like psilocybin is right up there with it.
Right. Microdosing especially. And I personally have done like with the intention of changing some things in my brain, right? I've done like long courses of, let's say, experimental levels of psilocybin.
What do you think has been your biggest takeaway from that, from those experiences? If you had to narrow it down to one.
Time is a flat circle, and we are just the universe looking inside itself. But mostly, I've learned that the brain has an exceptional capacity to change, and by processing things in an intentional and specific way, you can make your brain what you want it to be. And there are other creatures on this planet that we evolved next to and alongside that have been part of that journey for a long time. Some of them have had LSD, like it's just mold, right? Psilocybin comes from a whole host of mushrooms. You have Amanita muscarius that have been used, in various places in shamanic experiences and various things. Like once upon a time, I ran a holistic health cooperative. I fully believe in like going to plant medicine first, and from a psychological standpoint, responsible levels of psychedelics make sense. Just a little bit is a spice. A fun amount is a drug. The right amount is medicine, and too much is poison.
The problem is finding that line sometimes, right?
Sure. Absolutely. Like understanding what that is, that's why I say it's not recreational. You got to look at like, what's the toxic threshold? What's my body weight? What should I be looking for? What's the effect I'm looking for? Have I consulted a professional? That doesn't mean like the dready weed dealer on the corner. He's not the professional you're looking for. Unless he's got a degree. And sometimes, you find those people in weird places. I'm just saying. But like especially in the context of a monitored clinic, like new growth, right? Like anything like that, having microdose levels prescribed by a professional clinician, all of that, like that's really how you do it, is have an expert tell you. And that, again, goes back all through our history. The weird guy that lives out in the hut outside of the rest of the village that knew all the shit about the mushrooms and was a little bit weird. He knew how much you needed.
Yeah, I think there's a reason that we have this idea of a shaman. I think there's significance in that. Yeah, it's a position in society. It is a place, and under various guises, Greek philosopher. Behold a man, Demosthenes. I don't know how much you've Greek classicalism you've heard. Like Diogenes. I'm sorry, Diogenes, the dirty, troublesome mystic on the edge of town. Basically, one of my favorite Greek philosophers. They were trying to define like what is man. They're like, oh, he stands on two legs, he has a smooth skin, all these effects. He brings in a plucked chicken and he says, "Behold, a man." It's like, fuck, like, because all of these traits are exactly what you said. I poked holes in your logic. Get fucked, nerds. And then goes back to his dirty fucking hole because he never showers. Like weirdly doesn't bathe. He famously just flings shit at people. That's a philosopher. Was your first time? Did you have somebody guiding you?
Oh, hell no.
See, that's the thing, right?
First time I thought it was fun. And then I realized like, oh, I need to respect this.
See, I think there's something to be said for that experience too, of having that realization and respecting what you're doing in some way.
I don't recommend going into it blind. I definitely don't think you should do it the way I did it. That's true of most of the things in my life. I don't recommend anybody else do it the way that I do it.
If somebody had told you that prior to your first time, would you have listened to them?
At the age I was, no.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem.
That is the problem. And it is a point in the favor of regulated availability.
Well, that's the question. Is it a problem because it's illegal and people are suppressed from understanding it?
If I had gotten it from a counselor instead of the dude that I got it from, I think it would have been a better experience for me. I still it was still fine. I was, but I think having it be introduced in a therapeutic rather than a recreational perspective is more healthy. And it's what I plan to do for my own children when they're old enough.
Yeah, we've all accepted that we've evolved alongside dogs, right? And yet people don't want to grapple with the idea that maybe we have also evolved alongside these compounds and these plants.
And cannabis. Like, I come from the cannabis industry specifically. Like, endocannabinoids mimic cannabinoids. You have an internal system.
You have receptors
that makes a chemical that is the same as this other chemical that a plant makes. Like, it's part of our, we've done so much with it that we built a system to do it in case we don't have access or enough access. Right? We have a whole cannabinoid set of receptors. That's not an accident. That is parallel evolution. We existed in the same space for long enough that our systems became intertwined. Humanity is not so disconnected from this natural world as we like to pretend. I mean, huge swaths of our mental health and behavior have everything to do with our bacteria that live in our guts. Literally, our poop.
I got to take a leak again. Can we pause for 5?
Absolutely.
Okay. We covered some stuff.
Mm-hmm. On the break, we just started a conversation about fucking neuroscience.
Yes, we were going on mirror neurons.
Sure.
So let's take it from there, Thomas.
I'm not a doctor. None of this is medical advice. So as I understand it, mirror neurons are the system in our body that monitors other people and creatures' behavior and also learns by example. And over the course of time, a normal brain will prune this network, this mirror neuron network, as needed, so that it's just less of it in general. As I understand it, an autistic brain does not prune; it just keeps it all, and that is part of what that makes that like overstimulation and that like over attention to detail. It's because that network is moving over time, which is, I mean, it's only not a superpower if you don't use it to fight evil. That is my constant refrain on various levels of neurospiciness, because they've always existed in the human brain. We talked about shamans earlier and things like that. I would be shocked if a certain subset of neurospiciness wasn't drawn to a shamanic lifestyle. Like the fire keepers, the twitch hunters, right? We're talking like ADHD as a survival bonus, as opposed to living within the mechanism that we've created around ourselves that makes it a problem.
I heard the other day that they're speculating that maybe ADHD had evolved in humans so that they would move on from barren lands when the food had started to become scarce.
That makes sense. I mean, it's also like, if you think about the ability to like draw attention and hyper focus, like that's a hunter skill, right? If I'm just sitting quietly in the forest and I have ADHD and I hear something the tiniest bit away, I can immediately, my entire brain is completely focused on that noise, right? And that makes for a great hunter.
It's important.
Right? Especially if we're not talking about rifles, if we're talking about way back when some of these structures in the brain are developing, and we're talking about people who had to like chase shit, right? To, or hit it with a rock, had to immediately draw all focus completely away from whatever it was they were thinking, which if you're in an office is a problem. But if you need to hit a squirrel with this here rock immediately because it's about to run, well, now we're talking a survival advantage. Like I can absolutely buy into that theory.
I mean, it would make sense why these things are emergent in people.
Yeah. Right. And, it's a small enough population and it becomes less and less a survival tool. And so we see it. I mean, it theoretically happens less often, but we're seeing it more often because we have increased levels of diagnostic tools, right? We still don't see it as often as it's happening, right? With any sort of neurodivergence, but we do see it. It's like, oh, why are all these people? Why are everybody suddenly neurodivergent? It's like, well, we have the tools to check.
Do you think it's happening less often just because of its relation to population?
I think over the last couple of 100 years, it has become
more prevalent.
Well, no, I would say that like, I mean, it was a less adaptive trait. That is to say, it is, from a pure evolutionary standpoint, less likely to increase your chance of successful progeny. Right? Because if you had autism or, potentially ADHD or some other like problematic mental state, you were put in a place where everything sucked, right? And walled off from the population, denied various social status advantages, whatever that would have then, led to more of this genetic trait in the population.
But we are seeing more of it overall, aren't we? So maybe not just from
in our modern day, we're more able to detect it. That doesn't mean the level is rising. That just means.
So you don't think the rate of occurrence has increased from now, say, to the 80s? No. It's just our ability to detect.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say that by and large in the modern age, the reason that more people are being diagnosed as autism is that because when I was a fucking kid, there wasn't a word for it. There was zero diagnostic protocol. I was just weird and smart. That was it, right? That was the extent of the diagnosis, right? Like I understand now, like having an autistic son, like, oh, yep, all of that was me as a kid. Like that is probably the most common way for an undiagnosed adult to discover that they have autism. I had suspicions about myself before. I read the checklist and I'm like, oh wait, me. But like when I discovered that my son was like always walking on his toes, I'm like, oh, little man, you too have this thing. So that's just I don't think that there are more. I think there are still more of them than we detect, but there are a lot more that don't fall through the cracks, right? We have a better system for diagnosis and detection.
That's interesting. My understanding was that we had increased rates, and people were speculating maybe it's SSRIs, maybe it's these, added hormones that are in the water sources, vaccines.
No, there's always been probably 3 to 5% of the population that's autistic. We just could not diagnose that. We couldn't pinpoint like, bing, that's the thing, right? Same with like ADHD, various other like shades of neurospiciness, of different ways that the brain can work. And I mean, really, the last 50 years, but accelerated in the last 20, we've increased our ability we've built on the research so that our ability to recognize these traits is much more refined, right? We've done a lot of research on what it is, what are these traits, what are the commonalities here? How do we recognize that? And the better and better we get at that, the more and more people that were like, aha, you need this support criteria. You need this support criteria. Hey, you're bad at this thing. Why don't you get this thing? And so like the numbers go up of like people per capita who are diagnosed, but that is not the same as people per capita who exist with this neurospicy flavor, right?
I like that you keep using neurospicy.
Right, neurodivergent, weird, right? I'll take weird, better than common. Not baseline, but yeah, neurodivergent, neurospicy. I like neurospicy. I like spicy.
It's better branding. Neurospicy.
Really, right? I mean, like I said, it's not a superpower if you don't use it to fight evil.
You think Elon Musk is a little neurospicy?
Not a psychologist. I'm not qualified to diagnose people I haven't met or at all. Yeah, it would surprise me if he had a fully common neurological profile.
Do you think it's kind of become a catch-all? Because there's definitely a range in human aptitude, human intelligence, human emotional.
I think our traditional idea that there is a baseline brain is less solid foundationally than we thought 100 years ago, right? There is so much variation, so many varieties, and when trauma is applied at various stages, various places in development, and at various intensities, you get a whole other fucking range. So those two combinations, right? You have the theoretical brain in a vacuum that exists and develops a certain way. And then you have a real human's fucking life. and that's why everybody needs therapy. But it's, the differences in that, like where you diverge either at a base physical and neurochemical sense or from sort of a foundational thought based on experience or trauma or gaps in experience, all kinds of ways that a brain can do weird things, right? You have an addiction to something introduced at a certain point in time that changes the brain's chemistry. It doesn't even necessarily matter what the addiction is. Everything from Jesus to porn, gambling to not gambling. I don't know anybody who's addicted to not gambling, but leave it open as a possibility.
I had a friend who talked about on the pod that she felt like she was neurodivergent just because of how she reacted in some social settings. She felt like there was a specific way that a quote-unquote neurotypical person would act, and she felt like her actions were different than that. But from an outside perspective, I don't know that I was like, oh.
Right? I mean,
I thought you acted fine in those situations.
Right? talk to a pro about it. Like I'm not qualified to say yes or no just because I check all the boxes for undiagnosed lots of things. But yeah, I mean, like especially routinely, if you notice that like these situations that everybody around me reacts to in a common way, and I don't understand why.
But what if everyone's putting on a facade? What if everyone is just reacting how they think a quote unquote normal person would react? And we're all just putting on a facade. And some are just better actors than others.
I mean, in a way, of course, that's true. Like we're always presenting an image based on a situation. But for say someone autistic, that is much more literally true. You are constructing a mask consciously in a way that what you're talking about, like a neurotypical person would just like kind of have ready, right? Kind of like have some defaults, like social cues that you work off of. And an autistic person has thought through every portion of that in advance and is actively spending mental energy keeping it up and putting it forward in the same way that, like, I don't know if you were ever a theater kid, but like if you've ever acted real hard for an hour, like you're kind of mentally exhausted, that is every social interaction for an autistic person.
Yeah, the question is what does the spectrum look like for that? Because it definitely is a spectrum, right? And so at what stage are you neurotypical and at what stage are you neurodivergent?
Well, there's a physical component, like we talked about the mirror neuron network. There is actually like a detectable physical component that is the flag specifically for autism. And for some other things, like you'll find brain structures that are overdeveloped, underdeveloped, damaged, various things that alter behavior in predictable ways every time. Now with autism, like there is that spectrum, but it's basically like how high the dials are set on a specific range of behaviors of like unusual sensitivity to things, pathological defiance of authority, heightened sense of rejection. Not this guy. But various things that like the dials are set higher or lower. Like you're able, like I would say that like my dial on reading social cues naturally was pretty low, but I caught that as a kid and it became my area of hyperfocus, like up to the point of my master's degree. Like, how do humans communicate? How does this work? Like, I worked really hard to be able to understand basic levels of human communication when I was a child. Like, because I realized, like, wait a minute. It's like everybody's playing a game and there's a rule I don't know. Right? It's like one of those word games where the teacher says, "Oh, I'm having a picnic and everybody can come. I'm bringing potatoes." And it's, something about what letter order or what, can you come? Can you come? And everybody knows the rule, but I don't know the rule. Like, what? And that's how social interactions as a child were. Like, there were just cues and natural things that come from a brain that does not have an overactive, that has a commonly pruned mirror neuron network that just makes sense to everybody else. It's just natural, right? Natural to them, right? It's like if everybody in the world knew how to do the 3 power chords on guitar that would let you play every rock and roll song, but you don't. Right? So everybody else can play every rock and roll song just fine. And you enjoy rock and roll and it's great. But if you pick up a guitar, you don't know the fingerings to those 3 power chords. So you can't play rock and roll until you learn them. That's autism.
Do you think that there's some credence to the idea that if you name something, people will ascribe themselves to it? Have you ever heard about that?
I mean, anything you can define becomes more relatable.
So when you felt that you were neurospicy, what was that moment like? Were you reading something on it? Did somebody say, hey, maybe look into this?
I mean, so I grew up in the 80s. So the word for it was weird. And I was always weird. I mean, it wasn't until maybe the mid 2000s that I was even introduced to autism as anything but like debilitating Rain Man style behavioral disorder. And even then, did I always know that nobody thought the way I thought? Yeah. That was pretty common every fucking day of my life. Every time I had a thought and nobody else did, it was like, oh yeah, that's a me thing. Yeah, no, it's really clear, and partly just like because of the combination of weird shit in my brain. Like I have always been on the margins of well, certainly of like intelligence tests. I try not to make a big deal, but statistically I'm really smart. Don't judge me. But that's like, that sets you apart as a child. Like the smart kid in class, the kid that always has all the answers. Oh, Mr. Know-it-all. No, I actually know it all. I'm not trying to be a dick. I just read the book. Did you not do the reading? Do we need to pause so you can do it again? Like, come on, what's the problem, everybody? And that just because I have discovered in the decades since that my brain is just not built that way. Like, it's just not built like other brains, and that's fine. At the time, I mean, I was the special kid. I had the superpowers, right? Especially in the 80s. Like, I was problem smart. And also just weird. So, yeah, does things. But as far as like when I started thinking about how that would be framed in the terms of diagnosis, I was in late 20s before I came to Humboldt. Had a shitty relationship, scarred me. Went for professional help, and they went through some checklists, and they're like, hey, so here's an interesting thing about all these questions we asked you last week. What do you know about, this various range of neurospiciness, including autism? I'm like, really not much. Would you like to tell me more? Like, here's a bunch of handouts. So then, then I turn that autistic hyperfocus on like, oh, what the fuck is this? And go on the deep dive, learn it fast. And then, just sort of get to know myself a little better. Right? Like, not necessarily that I didn't know these things about myself, but that I like, oh, nobody else does that. It was like when I was in first grade in math class, learning that nobody else just automatically divides the number you're supposed to add into one part that will make a 10 and then add the leftovers so you get to the teen. Like, there's a weird way that autistics do math just because of the way their pattern recognition works. Like, oh, I see. That's why I got in trouble in kindergarten for doing the 1 to 100 worksheet that way. I get it now. That wasn't the assignment. I get it. Right? This is why I always got talked to for cheating, for acing every assignment and never showing my work. Why would you show your work? That's the answer.
So when you say, so the catalyst for that was seeking the professional help from that relationship. That's when you kind of realized, oh,
yeah,
I didn't realize this. When you say professional, was it like a therapy?
No, it was like a psychiatrist that I sold weed to. Like everything in that time, everything was on green card. Everything was in the green network. Somewhere in the root system was somebody who had a skill I needed.
What had happened in the relationship that made you feel the need to seek professional help?
Well, without getting too deep into it, it was a highly traumatic relationship.
Like abusive or just emotional?
Sure. It was the sort of relationship that makes you go to therapy. That forces you to seek out healing.
Yeah, that makes you seek some help.
Yep.
Yeah, I think people can relate to that.
Right. I don't know what that looks like for you. I know what it looked like for me, and I'm not talking about it on camera.
I think
neither would you.
Yeah, I think people can picture their own experience and slot it into that.
Yeah, whatever that looks like to somebody. It's the sort of relationship that makes you that makes you say, "Hey man, can I slip you an extra eighth and we just have a talk, like call it under client-patient confidentiality. I just need to talk through some shit." Like, it's that kind of relationship. Like,
do you feel like you are better for having gone through that experience, the person that you are now, versus the person that you would have been had you not gone through that?
I mean, it's a lot of supposition for a lot of variables through a lot of years. At the end of the day, it's a positive that I found out about it. It would have been good if I found out about it earlier, actually. Had it not happened then, I'm sure it would have happened. I would have had something that led to that self-exploration. Like, would have been cool if it was like, I just want to know things about myself, hippy dippy, as opposed to like, I need to dig this trauma out of me. Right. You know, if I had to weigh the two experiences, I can't because I only had one of them. But I imagine the hippie one feels nicer. But ultimately, the important thing is learning those lessons about yourself, like figuring out who you are. Like, if you need to define it with some neurospicy label, or if it's helpful medically for you to be able to get the right fucking meds, do that. But you know, like, ultimately it's just like the unexamined life. What's the point? If you have to know yourself, if you're going to have any success or self-love or any of that shit, I don't know. What are the Gen Zs calling it these days? Gen A? Oh God, it's Gen Alpha now.
Oh man, are we there?
I mean, they're sapient. They can access the internet. Their brains aren't done, but I don't think Gen Zs are done either. Gen Z is what? Oh, they're getting in the 25 range. Yeah, some of their brains are baked. The millennials are all fucking beaten. You've seen the like side by side comparisons of like how millennials versus Gen X have aged.
Oh man.
Like, all of millennials basically aged at double the rate of Gen X. Like it's why you look like I look, like you. It's like the same facial crags and
we look older,
right? Yeah, you all. I mean, I'm at right at the bridge between Gen X and millennial. All the younger millennials, man, you guys aged like you've been in the fucking trenches.
Life has fucked us up.
I know, right? Like I at least grew up with the idea of the American dream being possible. Like, you could get land, maybe. You had no hope of that. But like, right? Nobody in the millennial childhood was like, yeah, I'm definitely going to afford a home.
It's like the presidency. You go in and then 4 years later, you look like you've been there 20 years.
Yep. Yep.
So, I mean, we're out here.
Yep.
We're fighting for our lives out here, Thomas. It's not great, man. the world's just so fucking chaotic. The idea that there's some parental figure steering the ship has just completely turned into a facade. I mean, good luck to you if you still, that's what kills me, regardless of what political side you fall on. The idea that they're going to save you, or that they're this parental figure and that you should trust them open-heartedly is just like, these,
it's a job.
they don't care about you.
It's a job with a certain set of parameters, and that's all it should be, right? Except we have, oh yeah, since we spoke, we have a king, by the way, right? By the time this, I don't know how long your lag is. We'll see how close it is to the election. So, but at this point, Kamala is the candidate. But when it was tight, when Joe was like, is Joe going to keep in? Is Joe going to stay in? Like, a lot of people were asking me, like, what do you think should happen? I'm like, I think Joe should take the fucking shot and then resign. The Supreme Court gave him bullet in the chamber. Do it, Joe.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Everybody that had any connection to Maria Butina, take them out.
Who's Maria Butina?
She's the one who infiltrated the alt-right via the NRA. She was a Russian agent that was tried and convicted, has been traded back. She's now a Russian media star. Maria Butina.
What did she do?
She basically worked as a Russian operative and agent within the alt-right media and Tea Party at the time, via, like, she came up through the NRA and became a darling of several cliques in the government.
That's not the girl that one senator was sleeping with, right?
I don't know, probably. You're gonna have to be more specific.
Yeah, that was way too open-ended. There's too many people that fit in that box.
Yeah, there's 100 senators, man. You're gonna really have to narrow it down. I think 60 of them are men, so like,
whew.
That's got to be a low estimate. I'm sure more men. We can't be 60-40 on equality. God, this wouldn't be American.
Man, I don't know where we go from here. Part of me thinks that you just gotta fucking hold on and ride the wave.
I mean, historically, end of empire has never been a comfortable historical position.
Do you think that's what this is? End of the empire?
Yeah, we are in the end throes of an empire. We are going through the decline that we have seen in, I mean, most recently the British Empire, or actually really all the other colonial empires. We lasted the longest of them. But yeah, our power is waning, our respect is waning, our ability to govern ourselves, like our sense of unity, right? The sense of American identity. All of that has been, in some cases, externally penetrated, right? There's the sense of commonality, I don't think is coming back. And part of it is because of 40 years of culture war nonsense. And part of it is because the road ahead is going to be painful. I'm talking about the climate, just so you know, right? We are in a blessed little green dot on the map that is going to stay in a pretty good spot climatologically. But like every August, check the heat map of the United States and the whole middle is black. That is the color where people are fucking dying. And it's not just America. Like we've broken the jet stream. We've altered the heat currents in the ocean. Like there are natural processes that our food systems have depended on that are no longer reliable. So the social upheaval from that on top of what I would say is a marked lack of preparedness from our leadership. There's a reason I live in Humboldt, right? Because no matter what, we'll always be able to grow enough food for ourselves.
I think it's a nice idea to think that Humboldt could be a little island, but I think we would just revert how everyone else would revert back to natural instincts. And if you have a family and you have children and there's no food in the grocery stores and there's no power, I think you're going to do whatever you have to do.
To a point. But that said, most of us know a farmer.
Yeah, but there's only so much food. I don't know any farmer that could feed the county. I don't even know about the city.
I think now, again, like, assuming there was an amount of organization and management involved. Like, I think when I moved here, I knew for certain. I'd have to check the population and the acreage again. But for certain, when I moved here in the late 2000s, there was enough agricultural acreage to feed the entire county and have export, right? Creameries were still active. We still had a lot of agricultural export. We got a lot of local farm produce. I mean, onions, pumpkins, like we have a constant growing cycle here, right? We have, and if you push that agricultural land, like, yeah, we can feed everybody here just on local agriculture.
But 3 times a day?
Yeah.
We're talking about land currently in use, currently producing food.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, are we talking about a purely vegetarian diet for this?
No, we got a whole lot of cattle.
Okay.
Like there's a whole chunk of dairy. Like, head to the county fair sometime, man.
And have you
ever been to the county fair?
Yeah, you think the city would
we got some big
band
fat
together
agriculture.
for that?
What's that?
You think that people would band together for that? That the county or the city would just decide, okay, we're in this together,
I think
so we're going to draw the lines here.
I mean, okay, so now we're talking about, like,
we're talking
what might the cultural collapse
attitude
look like. If it happens all at once, there will be a wave of panic. And then, we've kind of seen it already. You were here when the fires shut down utilities for like a week, right?
When was that?
It was several years back. I was just maybe the second year I lived in the place I live in now. Like, it's pre-COVID. That was 2018, maybe 2019. Yeah, like the fires hit a major power trunk and just shut down fucking everything. Like, we were on water reserves. Nobody knew when the power was getting turned back on. And community, like, neighborhoods banded together. Oh, we have a bunch of meat that's going to go bad. Let's all make jerky or barbecue or do this thing. We'll trade you some meat right now for that bag of potatoes or this thing, that thing. Like, I definitely participated in that. All over social media, I saw that being done. And honestly, that is kind of already the way that the folks out in the hills, like out in hill culture, like if you're out on the hill for a couple of months and you have a potato patch or you have a cabbage patch, kale patch, like, you can always trade for something down the road. Right? When it's time for the neighbors to slaughter their pigs, oh, well, everybody can trade for some pork that week. Right. And then have a freezer full. Like, there's definitely ways to do it. And Humboldt is pretty well positioned to do that.
But you're talking about a scenario in which people believe that the power will be turned back on and that people still currently have excess.
No. I mean,
for the fire.
That was the situation then.
Yeah. I'm talking about a situation where people don't have power for 2 weeks. There's no food in any grocery store. People are starting to feel the pain set in of, oh, this is the new normal.
Well, again, now we're talking about like what parts of society have collapsed in this potential scenario. Is cash still like, is money, does money still fucking matter? What has collapsed? Has monetary currency, is the federal government, you know, like the levels of what is broken. But markets would absolutely still exist. We have farmers markets like all the time, all over this county, right? The farmers show up. You buy a whole bunch of shit. You get your honey, you get your vegetables, you get your pork, you get
but again,
your whatever.
People still have for all of that. Nobody's worried about where they're going to get their next meal.
I mean, currently.
We have seen protests that have devolved into chaos, and life is good right now. Imagine what would be happening. You don't think people would come up here? We're talking about an internal influence at this point, but what about external forces? No cash dollar, no money.
Okay, so
no water treatment.
All right.
I'm talking full-on societal collapse.
So now we're playing a role-playing game. What would you do?
Dungeons
Get
and
the
Dragons.
dice. We're doing it. There's actually several really good post-apocalyptic board. If ever you're interested in RPGs, like you can play you don't have to play D&D. There's lots of other stuff. But yeah, there's some really cool, like post-apocalyptic, really interesting shit. But again, in the scenario where we're down to like social credit and individual barter, okay, well, so a lot of shit is not going to be useful that we have been doing. My job, nobody give a fuck. Right? Want to know how cool it is to know how to use a spreadsheet post-apocalypse? But I still have other skills, you know, natural healing, massage therapy, as well as like computer hardware and shit. Like, not useless.
Well, the computer hardware, depending on what happens, might be.
Yeah. My dad's an electrician. I know how to make spark from nothing. But the you know, like at what level and you know what kind of government? I mean, who knows? Like, fucking who knows? Maybe the tribes take over. That'd be fine. Well, we'll pay tribute to the tribes. Tribes will tell us what to do, how to use the resources. We'll all be fine.
I think things would get ugly, and I think they get ugly everywhere. I think you would have small pockets, but it would be of family dynamics, extended family, maybe close friend groups. I don't think you could get anything at scale of more than a couple hundred people. I think it'd just be too chaotic if it's a full-on collapse.
It depends. So we're supposed to have local power. So we're supposed to have a locally available generator that feeds directly into our local grid.
Supposed to.
Turns out we discovered in the fire PG&E kind of sidestepped that. Whoops. But if that was actually true, and if that was, and maybe it's been fixed since then, I haven't triple checked. I'm sure PG&E got right on it.
Yeah.
Right. So,
yeah, they're pretty quick off the jump with things like that. I think they've covered it.
I have utmost faith. Do not. So, but theoretically, the infrastructure exists or could easily be built to connect local power plants directly to our local grid. So, I mean, the ability to generate power on a small local scale is not outside of like post-apocalyptic knowledge. Like I have science books on my shelf that I teach to my child. Like, I have merit badges on my Boy Scout sash that are like how to make power generators out of fucking scrounged up nails. So, I mean,
might be.
I don't know.
Here's the reality. Your odds up here are a hell of a lot better than your odds in
1,000%.
New York City or San Francisco.
1,000%, right? You're in the large urban environments, you know, you run in any sort of societal collapse, like, although, I mean, It depends, because they are very close to the Central Valley. And if we're talking about like large scale collapse in ability to transport, none of that is going east. So they're actually kind of okay for food. Central Valley is the breadbasket of America. And if America doesn't have access to it, well, now it's the fattening of California, right?
I think we both have very different perspectives on the human condition and what people would revert to if the opportunity was terrible enough to present itself.
I don't doubt that necessarily, but I also know that good people could revert to those same things and then set them aside when the aggressors are gone. Right? When the people who want to feed
sounds a little dystopian. When the aggressors are gone.
It's hope punk. That is
that like cyberpunk cousin?
That is my dystopian adjacent preferential like form of fiction. Yeah, hope punk. It's when everything is so bleak that hope is a radical act. Right? The idea that there is a way to form a blueprint and a foundation. I'm an Eagle Scout. Be prepared is stamped on my lizard brain. If I see, like, I can imagine that catastrophe pretty fucking easily. Maybe the quickness of my answers in these conversations, tipped you off that I have thought them through. Right? There are ways that it is not catastrophic for Humboldt. This place is not unique. It is very rare in its climate and in its, what I would call, community spirit. Altogether, Humboldt is a weird little gem. And it is insulated from external problems. Like, if we're talking about like, oh God, there's going to be an invasion from the south, it's like 2 bridges you blow, right? Drop 2 redwoods on the 36. I dare you to come in. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, we do have geography on our side, huh? But again, we have a lot of people that are already inside.
187,000 or so. About the population of Ireland.
There's some crazies in that. Yeah. I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know what the exact breakdown is, but some people you would not want to be locked in with.
I mean, but in post-apocalyptic scenario, all sorts of weird frames of thought become useful.
True.
Right? If you need a psychopath to stand on the bridge, a violent, murderous, homicidal son of a bitch, cool. Now he's got a job that's useful for society in a post-apocalyptic scenario that would never have existed. All you have to do is sit there. Nobody will bother you. We'll feed you. Your job is to kill any motherfucker that tries to cross the bridge. That's it. Sure. Like, I mean, right now we pay cops to do that. And we train them way less than we probably would. The psychopath would enjoy it way more.
Well, listen, if dystopia hits, I want to live in your version of it. And I'm going to be in Humboldt to do that.
Right?
Because my version is not as pretty.
I mean, there's always, like, if we're talking about collapse of society, it wouldn't be collapse if there wasn't some amount of depopulation and widespread hardship. Right? If that, otherwise it wouldn't be a collapse. It would be a continuation. Everything's fine. But we're also like, how swift is the collapse? At like, are there kind of like catch points? And again, like when I moved to Humboldt, I specifically looked into the area to see like what wasn't the only area I looked at, like multiple places in the nation. Like, can these places survive? Like, what is the situation in an imminent collapse, right? I was looking at them through the context of the Lehman Brothers fold and like, okay, this could go real bad. I need to find a spot real soon. Right? Humboldt was on the list because I already had contact with it. And, cannabis culture works with my mentality. But
good place to be.
Right.
Good place to be if shit hits the fan.
Right. And it's springtime all the time, according to my internal thermostat. Right. I grew up in Wyoming. Wild swings in weather. It's either way too hot, road construction, or fucking freezing.
Well, Thomas, I think we can end it there, man.
All right.
We got some time. I think it's almost 9:30.
Jesus Christ.
This might be one of our record ones.
Right. Right. We've been at it since like 4:30-ish. Jesus. This is right. This is
It's up there.
The season finale.
Do you want to plug it? Do you ever plug anything at the end of these?
Oh, Jesus.
The coalition?
thcoalition.net. It's got information where you can donate and volunteer. I would also like to plug the No on F campaign. They also do good work, need support. They are at ILikeEurekaHousing.com. God, who else? We didn't really talk about like local candidates because there's like the whole Ward 2 kerfluffle.
We'll have to do another one before November. That's what that means. Restock the gin.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not coming back.
Tom Collins.
Right. We'll teach you how to next time.
That might be a throwback to what was off the podcast. I don't know if we were on when we did that.
Right. Next time we'll teach you how to make a Tom Collins and talk about local candidates in Ward 2, especially.
And be playing poker.
Hey, totally different podcast. We should, right? Are we going to cross the streams? Are we going to talk local politics and play poker?
We might have to. Might come up.
Oh God. Oh well. All right.
We'll see how the night goes.
Well, subscribe if you want to play poker.
All right. Thanks for doing this, man. This was a lot of fun.
No problem. Yep. Hey, love giving you content. We'll catch you later.
Thanks, man.
Bye, everybody.